Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Here we go. One more stop on the Tennessee River for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2022. That's Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. You're looking at the Tennessee side there, counts Tennessee. That's where we're going out of. At the bottom of the lake, this is the 8th impoundment of 9 lakes on the Tennessee River here, and Pickwick Lake is legendary for bass fishing, especially this time of the year. This is day number 3. We're down to 47 anglers from our original 91, and haven't made that cut. You can't even breathe a sigh of relief. You got to turn around and do something even harder. Make the top 10 on this day. There's our rules of the game. We've got 47 anglers out there going for 8 hours, and only the top 10 will pass on to Championship Sunday. That is tomorrow. Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona here. Pickwick Lake, fishing this time of year. That's what the whole reputation of this place is about. It is good, but it is a very pressured place as well. These guys have a set of problems to deal with, each and every one of them.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders, and we have definitely covered a lot of tournaments on the Tennessee River in June. Pickwick Lake, we're going out of Pickwick Landing State Park, Tommy Sanders, and here's the amazing thing about this tournament right here. They are biting in a very, very big way. The biggest problem is they're biting in very small spurts. The thing that you're going to hear most here on FS1 today is current and timing, and we will break all of that down because if you hit that combination correctly, you will be at the top of that leaderboard. Guys like Brandon Lester, Cody Huff, rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, having a big tournament. But the problem is if you miss that current and timing well, you're pretty much on the way home right now.
Absolutely. And Brandon Lester, Tennessee native, Tennessee River angler specialist. Well, he has done something that's just a little bit different than what you might expect here for the deeper fishing. He's not quite as deep. And he doesn't know if this is going to last for 3 days. So the question to Brandon Lester is, are you going to go to it first thing today?
Basically the same program today. I'll keep looking around, and checking some stuff here and there, but definitely going to start on that same place. I hope I can get at least one more good day out of it. I feel like there's enough fish there this morning. If nobody else fished it yesterday, there should be enough there this morning maybe to get one more good day out of it. I'm hoping anyway. And I found a couple spots later on in the day yesterday that I think definitely have some potential. So, gonna just make decisions on the fly, fish free, try to hit the right place at the right time and make good on it when we do. That's the whole goal today.
Cool. That was Brandon Lester a little earlier today at the takeoff. The takeoff is in progress right now. Our broadcast and the takeoff starting at the same time. Won't take too long to get those 47 anglers out there, Mark Zona. And as you say, you got to make some good decisions today if you want to gain that top 10.
Yeah, and really for the most part, listening to Brandon Lester right there, looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. Definitely won on the Bassmaster Open Series earlier this season. And the problem that Brandon Lester has really is getting to that area and having it to himself, for the simple fact the area that he has done the majority of damage, well, it's about a 1 cast spot. Very, very small area that has reloaded every morning.
It's great to have you with us here for Bassmaster Live. Our coverage, 7 hours of it goes on today, 3 of it right here on FS1. We're certainly hoping to bring you some fireworks early on. That has been the case so far. The first 2 days of this tournament, the first couple of hours have been very, very productive. And then it kind of goes on, it pulses off, and that's pretty much always the case with any tournament that we have here. The weekend brings a different set of challenges on, and we are happy to have you along with us. Welcome to us here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and Mike Such-Sukon. Ronnie Moore, for the guys who are outside of that top 10 looking to get in, the good news is it was fairly well repopulated yesterday, so there are chances to move up.
Yeah, it seems like every single event, we always have about 50% of the top 10 leave each day and a couple more jump in there, and we're really seeing that swing this week with the lack of current in the mornings, the current in the evenings. We're seeing guys really get right early in the morning and sit on their weight, and we're also seeing those huge flurries the last hour and a half of the day, just like Cody Huff, just like John Cox. They're in our top 5 today because of their late flurries.
And Such? All right, Such is still contemplating what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're looking for the big fish.
Yeah,
Tyler
that's
made
exactly-
a big move yesterday,
exactly.
30 spots with a 7:15. He's leading for big fish of the event.
All right, and Mark Zona,
yeah.
we have half as many anglers out there today. Does that mean you got twice as many places to fish, or are there some other elements that are going to play into this? No.
No, whenever you're on the Tennessee River in June, here's the best way to describe it for all of our viewers right now on FS1 is fishing offshore on Pickwick Lake, and really any lake connected this time of year is a pastime. The fish get out a lot deeper. That's what you'll see today. There will be a lot of local traffic, and that's going to be Brandon Lester's big question when he gets to that first spot where he's done his damage. Does he have it to himself? And the other story in this tournament, Brandon Lester is a veteran on the Bassmaster Elite Series, very consistent in the top 10. And you look at who's in second place, a rookie that literally went to college right down the road with a lot of experience on this lake, who did all of his damage, like Ronnie Moore said, in the last 90 minutes of fishing yesterday. Really watch those two anglers, Brandon Lester and Cody Huff, this morning.
All our guys are leaving the docks right now, some of them well en route to their fishing spots to get set up and get going. There's Jacob Foutz right there that was just mentioned. Brian Schmidt.
Probably going to be crowded.
And Austin Felix, his return to the spotlight after a little bit of an absence this year, had a blazing first couple of years in his Bassmaster
Rise of the
Series.
Felix.
Yes, absolutely. The
Kenta
rise of the
Kimura.
Felix, exactly.
Great year for Kenta Kimura as well. Won a Bassmaster Open, our semi-pro level that feeds here. Having a great Angler of the Year race season as well, in the top 20 for that in the elites.
All of our guys waiting for that magic moment. We've seen that a lot of damage can be done in a very few minutes on this place, so you have to be at the right place, the right time, and be able to take advantage of it. There's our progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year points there, and Brandon Polinick came in here with the lead. He has maintained that lead despite the rise of another angler, John Cox, who occupied that top spot for basically the first half of our season. John Cox had a great day two here on Lake Pickwick. Brandon Lester also having a terrific season. Our tournament leader is in third place. Mullins and Clifford Purse just outside the top 10 to start today. So let's get out to our progressive points leader, Brandon Polinick, who a lot of guys went on quick flurries that did a lot. Brandon Polinick caught numbers all day long. Just the size didn't show up for him as well on day number 2 as it did on 1. But yet, here he is in the top 10 and still a force to be reckoned with, fishing not far from the launch.
Slide up a little bit. There's some out there on the face. I have to hit him with the peanut again.
Most of the anglers offshore fishing about 12 all the way out to 25 feet of water. And big story. I'll let Such attack this story. Good to see Brandon Polinick here, an expecting dad.
Bunched
Wife
up.
Tiffany was due to have their first baby on Monday, and Polinick said if she did go into labor,
usually
that he was leaving.
What you want to see?
If she had it her way, he
stuff.
would stay and fish. But he wants to be there.
One thing that's tougher for him, Tommy and Z, is the fact that Brandon had
where I
been
just
a
bombed.
top performer
Which is where I.
while everyone
where
else in
Mark
Angler of the Year
got
struggled
out
day
here
one.
yesterday.
A lot of those made big moves yesterday, and it's put a lot more pressure on him. If he did have to leave in the middle of today, his ability to fall and lose that lead is right there compared to, if Mullins would have stayed outside the cut, or John Cox wouldn't have moved up to 5th, he would have a lot bigger gap, but that's not the case today. They all performed well yesterday.
Yeah, the arithmetic didn't exactly work out perfectly for him. He had 21-13 on day number 1 and only 14-11 on day 2.
They love the peanut. Get in here. He might keep. He might keep.
First thing he does is measure. It has to be 15 inches in length.
Oh yeah, he's a 16. He's a 16 incher. Got fresh batteries in our scale today.
We're dealing with all 3 species as well this week. Spotted bass, smallmouth, largemouth, all 15, all in play at Pickwick.
$196. You might have caught the first bass today. Did I get a dollar for that? How about 5 extra pounds?
Being our points leader, we have spent a lot of time in the boat this week with Brandon Polinick, and he has rewarded us. Lots of fish catches. A lot of these guys is getting as few as 5 bites a day are in the top 10, but Brandon has caught pretty good numbers, see?
Yeah, and really, he's kind of rotated through a bunch of areas. If you look at what he did on day 1, there was some big lulls in the day where he would not catch many, but when he would go on flurries, especially midday, and here's the dynamic on Pickwick, is when they open the dam basically at the top of the lake up near Wilson all the way to the dam here at the bottom end of Pickwick, it's the best way to describe it. It becomes like a toilet, water moving from the top and going out the bottom, and it positions these fish out on these ledges really, really tightly together where they will feed with that current running through the lake. And you're looking at day 2 footage here with Polinick, by far the most catches that we had on camera. But the one thing that Polinick has been able to do where other anglers in the field is when that water is not moving, he has still been able to generate bites.
Now we move into some day 2 footage here with Brandon Polinick. And the thing is, yesterday, good numbers again. He just didn't get anything big to show up.
Stopped it, freight trained it. And his rotation was a little bit different, Z. He started on a spot day 1, had a lot of company midday, ended up leaving there and going to a place where he caught 2 big ones at the end of the day, decided to start there, but also had company and couldn't necessarily get where he wanted to be.
Yeah, and that's for all the viewers. When we say company, other competitors that are not fishing within, 100 feet, 200 feet, competitors in this tournament that are literally side by side making the exact same cast.
I think he might help.
43,000 acres here in Pickwick Lake, but not every bit of it is productive. So, yes, those sweet spots are well populated, you can bet. Back to live.
Well, we need to show that last catch where he had 2 on, because I don't remember that.
I don't either. That must have happened after hours yesterday.
It's like a new one.
Yeah.
I would power pole replay of the day that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, a lot of our other anglers running to their areas. Majority of the leaders right now running about, call it 25 miles. See, one of the main things this morning, Tommy, to keep your eye on is getting one of those fish to fire where it makes the school competitive. That's going to be one of the big keys today.
Brandon Palaniuk now in his 11th season with the Bassmaster Elite Series, though still a very young man. But Brandon Palaniuk is always quick to point out that this is kind of a democratic sport here. In fact, he's said it many times, anyone can do this.
The cool thing about our sport, about bass fishing, is that it doesn't matter where you're at right now watching this. You can make it to this level, right? There is opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your cultural upbringing is. Doesn't even matter how much money you have. There is opportunity for everyone to make it. Every guy here has a story, you know, of struggle and financial problems and all of these things. But they had a dream, they wanted to make it, they had a passion, and this is a sport that actually saved a lot of guys, right? That it gave them something to hold on to and to dream about. And I know when I was 8 years old, growing up in Idaho, everyone said there's no way you're gonna fish professionally on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I pretty much dedicated my entire life to it. And so I'm a perfect example of being able to come from a place that's not known for bass fishing and being able to make it to the top level of this sport. So if I can do it, any kid out there watching right now is able to make it.
Oh, that's better.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Well, about 52 miles dam to dam, from the Pickwick Dam to the Wilson Dam on this celebrated stretch of the Tennessee River, the whole river famous for bass fishing. And this one, these last two segments, Pickwick and Kentucky Lake, known for great fishing in the summertime. And we are not technically calendar in summer, but we are certainly meteorologically in summer for sure. Warm temperatures today. It's been perfect weather so far for our anglers in Tennessee. And Brandon Lester sitting on top, the only angler to catch 20 pounds, over 20 pounds 2 days consecutively to start his tournament off there. And rookie Cody Huff from Missouri, who spent a lot of time schooling here on the Tennessee River, is in second place.
Exactly. Really looking at that top 10, there is only one angler fishing on the bank. John Coxon will be in his boat a little bit later this morning. Brandon Palaniuk hooked up right now.
Maybe I'll get them fired up. Yes. Yesterday when we rolled up on the spot, they were like ganged up, bunched up tight. Today they're not wanting to set up yet. I don't know why. I like that I'm not seeing all the Mayfly shells around in the water. That's a good thing.
Rookie Jacob Foutz on the right, also schooled on the banks of the Tennessee River.
And one thing that we'll see is that Mayfly hatch Z, with especially maybe with some of the shallow anglers. We saw that some of the gas pumps last night from some of our anglers' Instagram stories and things like that on social media. It is a combination of a Mayfly explosion this week.
And surprisingly, Jacob Foutz had a great tournament on Lake Chickamauga, just up the road from here earlier this season on FS1. Has only been in one bigger tournament here on Pickwick. Said most of his time spent on Lake Chickamauga, not on Pickwick, we found out yesterday.
I don't miss that very often. Must have been a 10, 11, 12, 13 pounder.
see how many
Wouldn't be
rods all of
surprised
these
if he
guys that are
stopped on
fishing.
that point.
All of these anglers fishing offshore, so many rods on the deck of their boat, going through a rotation of baits. These fish on Pickwick Lake are so pressured and conditioned. You'll see them go through a big rotation of baits until they find something to get them to fire.
Also in the top 10, Austin Felix, our 2020 Rookie of the Year, had a tremendous start to his career here. 6 top 10s in his first couple of years, but it's been a little slow, a little quiet this year.
Yeah, he almost won Angler of the year he won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
He was in the top 5 for that race the entire season as well. And Austin Felix came in, he's a college alum as well. We mentioned Cody Huff, we mentioned Jacob Foutz. Austin Felix fished at the University of Minnesota, won a national championship on a Highland clear spotted bass lake. A little different from here, but has spent quite a few tournaments on the Tennessee River at other stops.
You stay here all day yesterday? Gotcha.
Sounds like Brandon Pollock's talking to Josh Douglas, Elite Series rookie from Minnesota.
The last boat out.
It's been pretty hit or miss. The first day wasn't too bad. They pulled a little bit of current all day, so I was able to catch a few fish off of every spot that I stopped at pretty much. But yesterday was really tough. They didn't pull any current really till about 11, and I didn't have a fish until 11. Unfortunately, I pulled up on one spot, this same area where we started, and was able to catch 5 and kind of salvage the day. And then I only caught 2 other fish the rest of the day. One happened to be almost a 6-pounder, so the bags looked a lot better than they have actually been. It's really tough right now. I got plenty of stuff to fish. It'll be nice only having half the field out here today, but I'm sure there'll be a ton of locals on stuff too. But so far, most of them have been pretty courteous. If I pull up and ask, they'll let me fish with them or whatnot. But
oh, of course, I get a tiny white bass.
Not really sure what we're gonna catch them on or where we're gonna catch them. It's just a matter of landing on the right school at the right time. So burn a lot of gas. I burned almost 33 gallons yesterday running up and down the lake. That's kind of the game plan.
And Ronnie, I've been a little rough on your fantasy team. Whenever you go to the Screen of Knowledge all season, I know you made a big comeback, and we'll pull the curtain back is I'm not involved in that whole fantasy situation, but I did pick Austin Felix with the Such earlier in the year. It has not gone all that well.
Well, he had that great first tournament at St. John's, and he's been dropping 10 spots in the AOI standings ever since. But this one, he was 75th before this one. Right now, he's 56, so he needs another top 10 to get back in the hunt, go north, where he's a little better angler and getting that classic cut.
See a lot of those white bass mix in with the largemouth and smallmouth schools out here.
See, I was going to wait till we got into the meat of the FS1 show before I threw you under the bus for your Angler of the Year pick, because my Angler of the Year pick is leading this event. So
live there.
He's high up in the AOI standings, too. 3rd place.
And that's pretty much, if you really watch the way the fishing is so far, it's just the calm before the storm. You'll see just big dead periods where they don't bite, and then it will be every cast when you get one of these schools to fire.
Yeah, that kind of pulsed off as we start the day. It's not been that way each and every day, but you can expect it to pulse on. Maybe that was a little sign of what's to come right there. Brandon Pollock, could be. Could be.
A break.
Let's talk about Brandon Lester. He is our leader, and he is yet to register on our leaderboard yet.
He's got
for Cody Huff.
He's still a little bit longer of a run. Yeah, he's got about a 15-minute longer run than Brandon Pollen.
A lot of these guys
he's almost there.
Not settled in just yet. There's your unofficial leaderboard right there. And Lester, Cody Huff, all waiting for something to happen. One small one for Brandon Polenick. You see, we've got the rest of our top 10 there. And again, there was a lot of traffic in and out of that top 10 yesterday. We expect the same thing today. And when the merry-go-round stops at the end of the day, you better be in that top 10. That's what day number 3 is all about. And more of it to come right here. Later today, 2 of the USFL's best square off as the New Orleans Breakers face the league-leading Birmingham Stallions at 3 Eastern. Then tomorrow, the Panthers battle the Stars at noon Eastern.
Yes.
All on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Yeah.
Big weekend for football, to be sure. Big weekend for fishing on Pickwick Lake. Semi-final Saturday is going on out there right now. To give us a little bit of an insight on what makes Pickwick special and what the particular problem you have to solve on Pickwick is Ronnie Moore.
Well, Tommy, I wanted to bring you into the Bassmaster studio sponsored by Marathon and kind of get into a reason why, something we're going to say a lot on FS1 for viewers who may not understand what the Tennessee River is. It is a large system of lakes that gather together. And in the summertime, these fish get off on what we consider ledges. And ledges are when you see guys out in the middle of the lake, maybe you've been boating and you see these anglers fishing way off the bank and you're wondering what they're fishing. Well, if we take you under the water a little bit, it's going to be that main river channel that has carved out all of these lakes and it flows from lake to lake. That river channel creates a little bit of a ledge, and that's what we're considering. It's a high rise. It's where the river channel might pass by it. Some creek channels go by it, and it really positions with the current. It pushes shell, it pushes bait fish, and it has the bass there all summer long. A lot of them are in the depths of anywhere from 10 to 25 feet of water, depending on how deep the ledge is. And when we look underneath the water at the current, the aspect of talking about every morning when there's no current flowing, this is how the fish are positioned. This is why it kind of seems random. The anglers will throw a lot of different baits. They'll throw them all over the map. They're not a concentrated spot because when there's no current, the bass can be located off the sides of the ledge, off the breaks. This is a specific hump right now. They could be at the top of it, and they could even be suspended in the water column. So fish will act a lot differently when there's zero current. But on the Tennessee River, when they get that power generation, which really fuels the entire communities around with power, when they get that water flowing from the dam, it really positions fish on top of the ledge, on top of those hard spots where they can ambush the bait that may flow down with the river channel. They like to position themselves in the current, and it obviously gets them all in one concentrated spot where we will see anglers, Z, that are really doing one cast areas. Right now, they're kind of flinging it all over the place, but we will see anglers get that one dialed in cast, and they can catch 2, 3, maybe even 4 or 5 in a row when it gets fired up with the current.
Ronnie killed it right there. All about timing, and that's what you're going to hear today all day long on FS1. Great stuff, Ronnie.
Well, more and more anglers getting set up and fishing, including the rookie, a very, very celebrated rookie coming into the Elite Series and having a great season, Jacob Foutz.
Exactly, and you talk about flurries. When you get one of these fish to ignite, that's exactly what could happen here on Pickwick Lake.
Yeah, Chris Saldane just caught 2 fish, jumped from outside our top 10 inside.
Oh, no.
Little mini flurry with 2 fish.
Oh, it's big. Please stay hooked. Please stay hooked. Please, I barely got her. Please stay hooked. I barely got her. Come right there where you are. Never mind, I'm gonna come on the side. Got your big butt. That's how you start, right? That's the biggest one I've caught all week.
And one of the biggest ones we have seen this early this week.
Looked very healthy as well. It did not look skinny. It looked really filled out.
4.5 probably.
Striking 10XD crankbait, backing it up with a Rapala DT16. And watch the speed that he's moving that bait to get these fish to react. You can see once you have a school fired up how fast the anglers today will make a cast, because those little feeding spurts will not last very long.
Freaking going down right here this morning. That's another go.
How big do you think that one was?
Awesome.
Can't
This
tell
is
you,
a spot
Z,
that
because
he
I'm
fished
hooked up again.
earlier in this tournament. He fished this spot for, we heard he fished it for 6 hours and never caught a bass. And a lot of the areas that Foutz is concentrating on is actually off of that main river ledge where there's been so much pressure. He is actually in the mouth of a creek. Less pressure, fishes a little bit differently. A lot of these fish getting done spawning, their spawning ritual back in May, pushing out towards that main river. And this is basically just a little stop sign before they hit the main river ledge.
And where he's at, Z, it's a highway, an intersection. If you look at any major city with multiple highways crossing each other, this is what it kind of leads out to the main highway, like you were saying.
I told you when they come up chasing them shafts, they're about to go down.
That last one was what, you think?
Which one, the second one?
No, that third one, 15 incher you just put in there.
A pound.
Yeah.
Whole thing about that 10XD crankbait and the other crankbait, the DT16, massive amount of speed. Both of those crankbaits are diving between 15 and call it 25 feet of water.
You mentioned it, Z. He's fished this spot for 6 hours the other day, didn't catch one. That is the difference in sometimes the current and no current with the way they'll push and set up. On one day, may never get a bite, not even think the best spot in the lake has fish, and then the next day it's every cast like this.
I got my line off that plug I brought.
Oh my.
We got a mess going. I got line off a plug I broke off. Got a dang big one. That's another good one.
He's tweaked out of his mind right now.
He started the day 4.5 pounds out of the lead. Needless to say, he's taken over the lead.
Oh, I'm a mess, boy.
Oh boy. It looks like he's moving in fast forward right now.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
That was a 3.5 pounder too, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Wow.
That feels real big. I don't think he's that big. No, he's not big. Number 5 though. Take him.
Tommy, there have been 14
just
bass
stop him. I have to
caught
sit down and
this
fizz
morning.
and fish.
He's caught 5 of them.
Caught him in 5 minutes, Ronnie.
Phenomenal.
That was a 2-pounder, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's probably 2.5. Boy, he locked it up, and I thought it was a dang big one.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that music right there is going to be all about Jacob Foutz. We covered him in the college series years ago. He is proven he is the real deal. Not a ton of experience, at least on this portion of the Tennessee River. Power pole replay of the day. He pretty much caught a 5 bass limit in 7 minutes. We talked about flurries with dead spells. Well, that one right there shows how quick it can happen on this body of water. A Strike King 10XD grinding it into the bottom, trying to mimic the shad. Move along all of these drop-offs and ledges. Jacob Foutz, power pole replay of the day. And Tommy Sanders, that has been one about the best flurries we have had on camera for the given point. Some of those in his live well are the right ones. Obviously, a lot of time left in the day. Jacob Foutz, power pole replay of the day. Great, great flurry.
All these guys know it. You better be ready for your moment on the stage. It may not last long, but you could get a lot done.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Amy Freeze. This is the Whataburger Elite Series forecast. Weather for Pickwick looking great at the lake in Tennessee today. Terrific conditions as far as the skies go. 85 degrees, maybe a little bit of a breeze out there, and water temperatures will be in the 70s. Now tomorrow, beautiful too. A little hotter, temperatures in the upper 80s, but almost no wind. So expect calm waters right through the afternoon. And don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV devices.
Thank you, Amy, the bearer of good news, obviously there.
Yeah.
A nice weather report. We love it when that happens. We don't like the other thing when it happens here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite Pickwick Lake.
The other thing.
The other thing.
This is semifinal Saturday, and Jacob Foutz, the rookie, just went on a phenomenal run. A limit of fish in 7 minutes, almost 14 and a half pounds to take over a commanding lead, while Brandon Lester's still on his way. Our leader to start the day still on the way to his spot. That's how dynamic it's going to be today, and we look forward to all of it.
Tommy, we'll see that other thing when we head up to the St. Lawrence River in New York. Trust me.
That's right.
We'll see that other thing.
Hey, and that weather report. Go ahead, Z.
Day 2 leader, Brandon Lester, who getting to his sweet spot right here, looks like he has it to himself.
Not what we're looking for, but we'll take it. It'll get us started.
Solid keeper right there for Brandon Lester again. All fish got to measure 15 inches here on Pickwick Lake.
You can see Z, He plans and expects it to be a little tougher here just based on his pressure, just based on the number of fish left that he picked up a finesse presentation off the get-go. Hadn't even tried necessarily the crankbaits and other power fishing techniques.
He was worried about some other folks watching him fish yesterday that they may have got in there and caught some of his.
What are you saying, Such? I jumped in and got some of that hot apple pie.
Exactly.
Greg DePalma starts the day in 10th place. Greg from Millville, New Jersey.
Yeah, and he's fishing a lot differently than some of your leaders, throwing at individual stumps, making 30 to 50 casts at one single stump at a time.
Oh, big one, dude. Big one. Got a troll motor. There was 4 or 5 sitting there. I cast it right up to him. Sit down, baby. They always got to be jumping. That's a post ball fish. I think skinny. Oh, I'll take it down. First one. Look how skinny that thing is. I'll take it, baby.
You'll notice a lot of the anglers very quiet when they catch one on Pickwick for a reason. Got about 50 competitors out there, but a weekend on Pickwick, you have hundreds and hundreds of local anglers.
Greg DePalma going in the right direction, 16-14 on day one. He caught 18-2 yesterday. Sort of went against the trend to gain the top 10.
He only had like 6 or 7 bites as well. That's the thing with some of these guys. It looks really good on paper, the weight that they bring in, but they're not getting 30 to 40 bites in a day at times.
Brandon Lester now finding himself in 2nd place.
Oh my gosh, that's big right here.
Most of Brandon Lester's work on day 1 and day 2, Strike King 4.0 crankbait, a football jig. God, that is a big one. Going to a Nico rig worm that Ronnie was talking about. An hour in yesterday, he went to a finesse presentation and absolutely lit him up.
Mean too. Here. Open your mouth. Yes. Boom. Let me see that boy. Let me see. I mean a big one, son. Boom. What's up, Bassmaster Live? Gosh, yes. Oh, that gets me. Brandon, that's awesome, dude.
Dude, that's a giant. I weighed in a 6'9" the first day. That's bigger than that one. I mean, that was probably 6 something. That's a dang big one.
Let me see that thing. Good Lord.
Oh, that's the way to start.
Tommy, maybe all the big ones just waited for FS1 here this morning.
Yeah, understandable.
Saturday morning on the Tennessee River, son.
Awesome, bro.
You heard him say it rivaled his 6'9" on day 1. It was the big bass of the day.
Well, that is Lester's answer to the uprising by Jacob Foutz right there. Certainly cut into that instant lead that Jacob Foutz put up. Kenta Kimura having a good season. You take out one open, and he has been on a roll the past 2 months.
I don't think he's a good one. Oh, okay. Keeper. I guess it's gonna be close. It's smaller than I expected, but they're here.
That's good.
Just small keeper. Yep, he's 15. Just pound and a half. Oh, just the start. Number one.
Well, with the fish getting offshore, Kimura, this one's setting up in his wheelhouse. Very, very solid offshore. Throwing oversized baits to match all the big gizzard shad that the bass eat here. Back to Brandon Lester, actually right across the river. Such Jacob Foutz had that lead for about 3 to 5 minutes, it appears.
Around there.
Hey, that's more than anyone else has taken the lead from Brandon Lester since day one of this event.
That's fair.
He is the.
Ooh.
Yeah. Lester and Daryl Gleason shared it back and forth a couple times yesterday morning early.
2 3/4, I'd say.
2 3/4. Awesome, man.
For him, man. Absolute professional on the Bassmaster Elite Series, trying to seal his first win on the Elite Series.
Got his first Bassmaster win in an Open earlier this year. 9 years as an Elite, though, for Brandon Lester from some very humble beginnings.
In elementary school, I literally told my elementary school teachers, when I grow up, I want to be a professional bass fisherman. That was 3rd grade. I think I caught my first bass when I was 5 years old. Yeah, from the time that I understood that when you grew up, you had to do something to make money, to feed your family. From that time, I knew I wanted to be a pro bass fisherman, and I had a day job. I worked in a factory, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'd much rather be here.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Our live coverage continues. Semifinal Saturday here at the 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake on the Tennessee River. Our last stand down here in the South before heading to the final 3 events up north in America to wrap up the season. Brandon Lester, the Tennessean, started the day with the lead. He was taken down very quickly by the rookie Jacob Foutz with a flurry that lasted only 7 minutes, but netted him a very strong limit for our standards here this week. And Brandon Lester has answered the call and taken back the lead.
The one thing we talked about early this morning, going on flurries and looking at Brandon Lester, fishing a lot shallower, and he is off of the main river ledge. He's inside of that several hundred yards.
I'll be number 5 if I can get him in here.
4 to 7 feet of water.
Quit jumping. Come here. Quit. Number 5. Another 2.5. Oh, me. Make sure my counting's right this morning.
Oh, you definitely got 5 already.
Or 5, okay. All right. Catch another big one.
You can't see it. That's an underwater
yes.
bar. Comes out and makes a little hard spot on the end of that bar, like we said, in about 5 to 7 feet of water.
I wish so bad I could get them to bite something bigger. But if they want a worm, I'm gonna feed them a worm.
Quickly skip over to Taku Ito. Japanese angler having a very good tournament here. Started this day in 3rd place.
Oh, small.
At 22 pounds plus on day 1.
Yeah. Day number 2 was really brutal for Taku. 5 bass all day long when we were with him on live.
Yeah. Fuck. It's a bad show.
Non-keeper for Taku right there.
Z, you were mentioning with Lester's spot, we're talking about the main river ledge. That's what we talked about at the monitor, where the deepest water in the system flows through. But then when it gets up on that ledge, there's other little, high spots. Like you said, this is only 4 to 10 feet probably at the deepest. And up on this flat, where it's all similar depths, there are some little creek channels or little deep spots, like you said, where the current that does push over this will create a hard spot. And it's congregated a lot more fish here than Lester probably imagined for this morning.
Yeah, he actually idled it. Never made a cast in practice, Ron. He said he marked about a half dozen fish on the end of this bar and said, well, I'll start there on day 1. And he did his damage in 45. Obviously, it reloads every day because he has done major damage in the first out. Well, that is a good one.
Barely hooked. Oh my goodness. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Come here, I need you. Come here. Yes, sir. We're calling now. Let's see what that one weighs. Hard to judge these fish because they're skinny, post-spawn. Dang. 3 1/4.
Almost a 2-pound cull.
Pretty good 20 minutes of fishing for Brett.
Yeah, and a 3 1/4 is normally not one you want to weigh in on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this week, if that's your 5th biggest fish or maybe your 4th biggest fish, you will take that all day zone.
He's up to about 16 pounds.
Austin Felix hooked up.
Yeah. Please be a bass. Usually they jump, so. Oh, yeah. Oh, what am I doing?
Oh, boy.
White.
Just popped off.
Literally just flipped off like he was not even hooked. Usually you get him on a Carolina rig and it's all over. I can't believe that.
Missed opportunity right there for Tom. And fair to say, Tommy, that's been the only buzzkill of the morning so far.
Yeah, the only misstep. These guys, we can't repeat it enough. They're not getting a ton of bites, most of them during the day. That's an important miss right there, unfortunately.
You know, and Ronnie, you were talking about this for Brandon Lester. He's at a 4-pound average coming into this day. And that's what it takes generally to win here this time of year. But this was the case of the haves and the have-nots in this tournament, because there was other anglers, not around Brandon Lester, but around a lot of the other competitors in the top 10 that did, when I say did not catch them, you know, did not even catch a 5 bass limit fishing next to a lot of your leaders in this tournament.
One thing that helps Lester a lot is he caught a 6.9 on day one and had 21.5 pounds. Did not catch a 6+ pounder yesterday, do not believe it. He had 20.5 pounds, so he still got over 20 pounds without a big one. And this morning already having a 6-pounder. Only if you can catch 2 or 3 6-pounders over a 4-day tournament, you're going to be head and shoulders above some guys.
But the one thing to look at in the top 10 right now, on the left side of your screen, Brandon Lester and Jacob Foutz left alone. Every other, maybe not John Cox, who we're going to get a look at later today down in Bay Springs, fishing in a foot of water, but everybody else, for the most part, has fished side by side with other competitors this week.
Started very slow and quiet the first few minutes of our coverage this morning, and then it got really, really fun. A couple of great performances by our tournament leader, Brandon Lester, and the outstanding rookie, Jacob Foutz, both happening in very short periods of time. Schmidt, Huff, Ito, De Palma, and all the rest filling out our top 10. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day to move on.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Hope you're having a great Saturday here. We are having exactly that at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Pickwick Lake, 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. You got 47 anglers out there gunning for only 10 spots in tomorrow's final. There's our TH Marine Weather Watch. Beautiful weather right there. Kind of very comfortable. Lower humidity's got a low temperature tonight of 59 degrees, mostly sunny. Everything's perfect on the weather front. That's your TH Marine Weather Watch for today. Tomorrow, well, pretty much more of the same. Might be a few scattered little systems. We don't expect much of anything. Just a continuation of perfect conditions for fishing. We have seen a lot this morning. I mean, it has been an entertaining, really not, most of our anglers haven't completed their first hour of fishing. Most of it's been travel. For a lot of them, we bring in Davey Height right now. And Davey, you saw it too, what Brandon Lester and Jacob Foutz showed us, and what you guys always emphasize. You better be ready to hit it hard when your window of opportunity opens up.
Absolutely, and the good thing for Jacob Foutz and Brandon Lester is the morning has been good to them. The big key, especially Brandon Lester, is he's been able to get off to a good start the last 2 mornings, and he was a little nervous about that this morning, but it's certainly worked out good for him. And, you know, we talked about this Thursday morning, the first morning of this event. It seemed like a lot of guys were fishing the same places, but the person that's going to be leading this tournament or has the best chance to win this tournament always seems to find something a little off to the side, off to themselves. Brandon Lester fishing a lot shallower than most of these other anglers, and it's really paid off for him.
Davey, one of the things that a common theme right now with Brandon Lester and Jacob Foutz is a lot of the competitors are focusing on that main river channel, the ledges on the main river. You're not seeing that with Brandon Lester or Jacob Foutz. They're on little stop signs before these bass get to the main river. Talk about how they just, even though they're close to it, both of them are close to it, they're left alone compared to the rest of the other anglers in the field.
Yeah, see, there are a couple things that are really helping them out. Number one, about a week ago, they were pulling a lot of water. So a lot of these fish don't stay out on the main river and fight the current. They move back into these creeks and into these coves. And then also, it's just the first week of June. There's still a fair amount of those fish are just migrating out of those creeks and those coves to get out on the main river. And probably another thing that is just as big is that the features out on the main river on your mapping systems that we have, they really just jump out at you because you have such a big contour change, the main river being, 25 to 40 feet deep, and then comes up, a lot of these anglers fishing 15 to 17 feet. But when you get off of the river, between the river and these creek channels, a lot of these subtleties, they don't show up on the map quite as well, and they're harder to find. And Brandon Lester, Jacob Foutz have found a couple of those places that just a lot more difficult to find with their mapping.
Davey, one of the things that we always hear, and for the viewers on FS1 that don't understand Pickwick Lake and the entire Tennessee River, we always say Thursday and Friday, it's one thing. There's not quite as much pressure from competitors and a lot of local anglers. It is a different monster on Saturday and Sunday with a lot of folks out fishing. What are you seeing today? And talk about that dynamic that you've seen on the Tennessee River.
Yeah, it's Saturday, the first week in June. Anywhere on the Tennessee River, you're going to have a lot of people out here. I mean, people live for this week. It's like opening day of hunting season in other parts of the country. But around the Tennessee River this time of year, families come out. You see a lot of fathers and sons. I've noticed them out here today. Whole families in boats fishing. But you just have to expect that. I'm sure Brandon Lester was very nervous about that this morning, the place that he's been fishing, but it's all worked out. This is a big lake. It's a really big lake, and it can take a lot of extra pressure. Hopefully it works out another day or two for Brandon Lester.
Davey, good stuff, and we're going to ask you to make a few predictions about Brandon Lester's spot and whether it's going to hold out for another day, but we'll save that for next time. We'll let you think about it a little bit more. Davey Hyde, a former champion here on Pickwick Lake, knocked out his 8th Bassmaster victory here.
When they get set up in that school, they're fixing to bite because they're all sitting there looking at your bait at the same time, and one of them is going to grab it because he's afraid his buddies are going to get it before he does. When they're scattered like that, you just you can get some bites, but you have to put it in front of one at just the right time.
A little bit of quiet after the storm for Brandon Lester, but boy, what a show he put on.
Damage is done.
Really is. VMC on point pretty easy. We were going to give Jacob Foutz all of the awards this morning. Not so much right now with Brandon Lester. One of the best offshore fishermen, and you really can't say he's fishing offshore, at least early in the morning here on Pickwick. Kind of more of a mid-range depth for Pickwick Lake, 4 to 10 feet of water. VMC on point. Most of his damage with a Nico rig worm, a little bit of damage on that 4.0 crankbait early. But we said once you get that school ignited, does not matter what lake it is on the Tennessee River, from Gunnersville to Wheeler, to Kentucky Lake, Pickwick Lake here this week. Once you get one started, get a school fired, your VMC on point is going to be Brandon Lester.
Oh. Okay, I don't know if that will help or not. Maybe a little bit.
16 pounds for Brandon Lester. That is a tremendous start to the day. Trying to make it 3 days in a row over 20 pounds a day.
One more 5 or 6 pounder, I'd quit on this spot.
Oh, don't say that.
And go find some other good spots, right?
That's crazy.
That's the end of this.
Yeah, or put it on spot lock and just sit and protect that area.
Yeah.
Hope he packed a couple sandwiches.
Yeah, Lester, Foutz, and now David Mullins, the only anglers with limits. 5 fish today.
Mullins looking to chip away and get back in that Angler of the Year race. Started the week in 3rd.
Gosh, Mullins from 9th place. In 9th place.
From 42nd.
Yeah, he was way down there.
Had to smile yesterday at the weigh-in stage for one of the rare occurrences, he said, because his weight was more than he thought he had, and luckily it was because they got him inside that 47 cut line.
Okay.
Well, being ready to go when the opportunity presents itself. We just saw Brandon Lester, how he got it done with 16 pounds in a very short period of time. Same thing for Jacob Foutz.
Yeah, marathon peak performance coming out of the gates early this morning. Jacob Foutz fishing just off of the main river channel, mouth of a very, very popular creek here. So he's fishing high spots in 10 to 25 feet of water. One of the biggest keys, he said, getting one bite, getting the spool fired, rotating in these softer current areas, striking 10XD and a Rapala DT16 for the most part throughout this event. And that has been by far the fastest start that we have seen for Jacob Foutz this week. Said he did catch about 25 keepers on day 1, a little slower yesterday, only caught about 10. Well, he did that pretty much in the first 30 minutes of competition, marathon peak performance. Jacob Foutz, and he definitely has a few of the right ones in his live well.
Jacob Foutz locked in a heavy, heavy race for Rookie of the Year with Joseph Webster. Done himself a lot of good on this day.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Catch the 1-2 punch of Trout and Ohtani as they take on Harper and the Phillies. Or the Cardinals battle the Cubs. It all begins tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Well, we got a long way to go before we settle this one on Pickwick Lake. But when we do, we push into the final third of the season. Those points races get tighter. They get a little more urgent. Let's take a look at our Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. And there on top is the local Joseph Webster, on top as it stands right now. Very fluid situation. I mean, it's changing as we speak out here. Jacob Foutz just made a big case that he ought to be the guy on top of that leaderboard. 2 great rookies there, and Jay Shakurat in 3rd place. Jay has held down that spot for more time than anyone.
Since the second event of the season, he's been in control of that, and he's had at most a 50 to 65 point lead over 2nd place. Last event, Webster and Foutz cut it in half, respectively, and this week they overtook him. But we're going to his neck of the woods for the last 3 events.
Well, in a different neck of the woods, Pickwick Lake area here, let's go out to John Cox, who himself held down the Progressive Angler of the Year points race pretty much the first half of the season, and he is now 2nd to Brandon Polinick, or behind Brandon Polinick, and not 2nd, I'm sorry. He's moved back up closer to Brandon Polinick, our leader.
Tied for the biggest bag
Yeah,
on
he's-
day 2, 22 pounds, 3 ounces down here in Bay Springs. Big fish came from down there too, 715.
Yeah, a couple anglers definitely trying to make it work in Bay Springs. A lot less pressure in there. John Cox focusing on where the bluegills are spawning along the bank here, and it was really, really calm yesterday for Cox down there. Said he got to see almost every one of his bass, those big bass you're talking about, Such, eat his bait.
Sign he wants to go back here. He's that big, but gosh, they're so strong in here. Get back up here.
John Cox throwing a Berkeley General. Weightless stick bait on most of his fish that he's weighed in. And a lot, like a lot of your leaders that are fishing offshore, there's a lot of other anglers
so strong. Crazy.
That tried to make this shallow
I think those are some of the
game
deep fish that are coming in, because those ones the first day weren't that big. They weren't so fat like these. These are a lot thicker. Come here. Come here. Oh, there's number one. Got him. Okay. There we go. Actually, I can get it. It's right there.
It's no surprise of the ones who have tried to make it work shallow that Cox is the highest in the standings, being a premier shallow water fisherman.
He's what, maybe a 3-pounder? Probably not. Probably a 2.5. Well, that was a good stop. Let's see if maybe we can catch another one there. It's been super slow in the mornings for me, so hopefully anything we catch between now and 10 o'clock should be a little bit of bonus.
Well, he does keep it simple.
Well, Tommy Z, I figured when you look at the schedule this season, this was made for John Cox. 2 events in Florida, 2 more events around the spawn in Tennessee and South Carolina. And we come over and we have an event in Texas. He survived that one as it became an offshore event, but the next 3 events are going to be the tricky ones with smallmouth mixed in. He's had good finishes, but that Lake Oahe event in South Dakota will be the X factor for him and Brandon Polinick, most likely in Angler of the Year race.
John Cox with 15-10 on day 1 and 22-3 yesterday to get into the top 10. Back to Greg DePalma.
That is impressive. Yeah. Shallow right now. To catch almost 22 pounds shallow in this event, where really about the most maxed out weight we've seen shallow is like 14.
Wasn't way right in this one's head too. I don't know how big it is. I really didn't see it yet. Yep. Real nice one. Stay pegged, baby.
pretty much been drop shotting a Robo Worm color Aaron Morning Dawn.
Yes, sir. That's a good one. He was pegged. It's a good one. Oh, now, son. I don't know. What do you think? I had no idea. I've been wrong.
Fish number 3 for De Palma finds himself in 4th place, all the way up from 10th. Back to John Cox.
This might be a big one. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. Come on, baby. Get away from the boat, please. There we go. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. There we go. That's the size we're looking for right there. Oh my gosh, that was awesome. It's so funny. I looked down on my front depth finder and I'm in like 4 feet, and there was one big one sitting right under the trolling motor. I'm like, wow, there might be a lot here. All right, all right, all right.
Doing it his way.
That's a little exciting, huh? I think I'm gonna, I'm worried about my leader on that one, so I think I'm gonna, because I made that bad cast and jacked my knot up, I think I'm gonna go 7-pounder. I mean, I trust my 100% Berkeley fluorocarbon 10-pound leader, but I don't trust my knot.
John Cox, one of our 4 guys at the top of the leaderboard who have staked out something a little bit different than the traditional mainline ledge fishing you expect this time on Pickwick Lake. Tells you something. John talking about his bait. We'll let him expand on that a little bit now. We'll turn it over to him. John Cox with the Berkeley Right Bait, Right Time.
Hey guys, John Cox here. Man, what an amazing day we had. Man, Lake Pickwick, we were in the top 10. I think we're in 5th place. Man, we just went out there today and we caught big ones. We didn't catch many, but we ended up with 22 pounds and made the cut. I'm super thrilled tomorrow. I'm going to be throwing, you know, the Berkeley General a lot, whacking a Texas rig, and I'm going to wind the old Speed Boss around a little bit. It's a new bait from Berkeley. It's kind of like a swimming worm. Put a little weight on it. Might even move off a little bit and fish a little bit deeper, but I'm just going to move around. I'm going to cover a lot of water and see if we can get 5 good ones.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Semi-final Saturday for the 6th time of 2022. Top 47 anglers battling it out right here in the great state of Tennessee. Our host community this week in Counts, Tennessee, and every single time you come to Pickwick, you can expect some big action. But this time we're on the polar opposite end of Pickwick this time around. But the guy who had the lead after 2 days, Brandon Lester, looking to seal his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory here on day number 2. Can't do it on day 2, can't do it on day 3. Got to make it all the way through to our top 10 on Championship Sunday. But let's get out live to Brandon Lester and Jacob Foutz. Foutz, a former Strike King College Bass champion, has already fished one classic, but this is his first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Davey, Lester took a win earlier this year in the Opens, and a lot of people talked about the pressure that would have took off him. Is that real? Do you feel that as an angler?
Yeah, absolutely. To get your first Bassmaster win gives you some relief, no doubt. But the ultimate goal is the Bassmaster Classic. But the next thing there, I guess, would be holding a blue trophy over your head, Bassmaster Elite Series win. And it's going to happen for Brandon Lester. And I think maybe we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that he's going to win an Angler Year or Bassmaster Classic.
I reckon he'll make the team.
Jacob Foutz hooked up.
I know he don't. I'm not doing this. Wasting my time. Bigger than that one. Dang little ones, man. I like that I'm getting bites, so just start growing up a little bit. This is kind of how it was the first day here. I pulled up and got him going on a worm a little bit, and I got to like 14, and I picked up a swim bait and caught a 4-pounder. Got to 16, picked up a swim bait and caught a 4-pounder. Got to 17, and I think I picked up a 10XD twice. On the first cast, both times I caught like a 3.5 and got up to like 19.5, but it was 19.1 because I had one die. My smallest one the first day died, of course, and I caught, pulled up right over there right at the end and caught 3 3¾ pounders, and I couldn't call because my smallest one was dead.
This event has been all about the bite window, all about cashing in when the time is right, because you get hours where it's not right. Big mornings for Lester and Foutz this morning, and let's have a look at our Mercury Dare to Compare and have a look at how their morning has been on this incredible body of water.
Yeah, Dave, Jacob Foutz got off this morning to a great start. He caught his 5-fish limit in 7 minutes this morning. I think before Brandon Lester had even got to his starting spot because he's running a little farther. So a great start, and it's been so important all week to get off to those good start. We've seen a number of anglers each morning get off a good start, but this morning it was all about Jacob Foutz and Brandon Lester. And you have to say, once Brandon Lester got to his best location, he's a little worried about somebody maybe being there when he got there this morning. It's the first week in June. A lot of locals out there fishing. It's a beautiful day. But luckily for Brandon Lester, he got there, had it all to himself, and man, did he get it going. And he regained the lead in a big way, caught up one over 6 pounds and fielded his limit almost as quickly as Jacob Foutz.
That's your Mercury Dare to Compare. And man, a great morning for both of those anglers here on day number 3. Let's have a look back at them live. Brandon Lester and Jacob Foutz. Jacob Foutz, I got to point it out right now, underrated flow. I mean, I didn't realize just how much hair he had under that hat, and quite impressive.
Quite impressive young angler, up through the college ranks. He's definitely earned his way to the Bassmaster Elites, and having a great event here, which is really no surprise.
When he made the Classic through the Strike King College Bass Series, I coined him the paper boy, because at that time I looked at him on the stage and I'm like, you look like the kid who delivers the paper on my street, you know. all zitty and just 3 hairs. I don't know what happened to him between then and now, but he looks like a grizzled veteran. I mean, what's with the trend of all the young anglers trying to look older?
Well, you get out here on the Bassmaster Elites, it'll make you a grizzled veteran, or either you'll be back home in a hurry, unfortunately. A lot of pressure and fishing against the best in the business, and he's going to be around a while. He's definitely the real deal.
A lot of the anglers at Takeoff, Davey, were talking about pressure.
One stomp out there,
The pressure from a lot of the recreational anglers. While we talk about that, let's get out to Taku Ito, an Elite Series champion. Took his win on the body of water that we're hitting up next in the St. Lawrence River. That pressure, how much is that in your mind of wondering, is my next spot going to be available? How many anglers are going to be on it? Like, does that factor in your head a lot?
A lot of pressure, Dave, and you make a good point there, because as an angler, you practice as hard as you can. You prepare your tackle, you fresh new line, new hooks, everything that's in your control. You do the best you can because you're competing against the best in the business. The things you can't control is what other people are doing out on a public body of water. So those things do worry you.
Okay. Too powerful. Oh man, he's smart. Okay. All right, I found it. Oh man, he's super smart. My hand, escape. He's very smart. I don't like smart boy. Oh yeah, safe.
So fun to watch, Taku.
Even at Takeoff, he's fun to watch. He was doing calisthenics on the boat before Takeoff.
But he wears not being powerful like a badge of honor or something. Most people wouldn't do that, but
very,
says
very
I'm not powerful.
Very, very
bigger largemouth bass are.
No wind, no good, but I like it. All right. Yes, thank you. I found the bass cool.
From Taku Ito over to Bassmaster Classic qualifier, Greg DePalma. Having a good week, and they're a great hummingbird bird's eye view of the area that he's fishing. And we've been talking about how many anglers are grouped together, and it looks like he is in the, there's nobody around him according to that shot.
So it's really quite amazing that most of these anglers fish the same river ledges in rotation. Some of them fish side by side with other anglers, but you see the top anglers by day 3 are ones that are doing something a little different. With Jacob Foutz and Brandon Lester, they're fishing much shallower than most of the anglers. Greg DePalma's fishing isolated stumps, making casts up on these flats of these isolated stumps, not fishing those main river ledges. It seems true in every event where you say, well, everybody's going to be fishing on top of one another. It just depends on the rotation you get in, and that's rarely the case. It's always someone, when you think everybody's fishing the same thing, it's someone that has found something a little different. And you see Greg DePalma's fishing differently, as is Jacob Foutz and Brandon Lester.
From Greg DePalma and a great hummingbird bird's eye view.
He's little.
Let's hook up with Jacob Foutz. And speaking of hooked up, he is.
Good call. I'll get rid of that one.
Good solid fish on call. Get his weight up a little.
That's a disaster.
At least that smaller fish. That looked like a good half-pound cull or so.
Well, he may not be the paper boy anymore, but Jacob Foutz is delivering here on semifinal Saturday at the 6th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake in Tennessee. Brandon Lester still at the top. Jacob Foutz having a big morning, and John Cox in 3rd place, trying to chase every point down in a progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard. Keep an eye on that leaderboard. It's all about getting inside the top 10 to keep your tournament alive and make it to Championship Sunday for the 6th time in 2022.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pull, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Welcome back. Continued coverage here from the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. It counts Tennessee, the great state of Tennessee, the host for our 6th stop of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. That'll look at your leaderboard. And you see right there, Tennessee's very own Brandon Lester atop the leaderboard with 57 pounds, 13 ounces. Jacob Foutz behind him and trying to chase down every point he can get from Brandon Palnick and our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leaderboard is John Cox. And the Great Canadian Snow Leopard has hopped into 4th place. But this is a great honor for me. I mean, if there was a Mount Rushmore, literally a Mount Rushmore to fishing, this man would be on it. The one and only Bill Dance. I mean, Bill, number one, it's an honor to have you on Bass Live.
Thank you, buddy.
And number
It's great to be
two,
here.
I mean, my whole life I've watched your show, and the whole time I've been like, I just want to fish Bill Dance's lakes. But now, because of a special initiative that you're working on, Bill Dance Signature Lakes, people can. Tell me about it.
Well, I'm real excited about it. We look back here. This is one of our lakes, and it's a lake that I really grew up on, Pickwick Lake. It's one of my favorite lakes. It's a lake that I really learned how to bass fish. I learned a lot about bass fishing from actually Pickwick Lake. But, the Bill Dance Signature Lakes is a new initiative to improve and enhance Tennessee lakes and to bring visitation to our lakes. And I'm really excited. The governor has given us an opportunity to do 18 lakes across the state. And we're going to do a lot of above and below improvements on these 18 lakes. It's something I've wanted for a long, long time. And it's an opportunity not only for people from the state of Tennessee, but we're going to bring people from out of state, and we're going to improve the fisheries, not only to improve access to the lake with ramps, but to improve the fishing, that people can come here and catch fish. That's the key. We've got the people, the know-how with the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, Tennessee Tourism, our parks, and the 18 lakes. Half of these lakes will be well-known lakes. Other lakes will be park lakes, that family fun lakes that we'll take. The families, you can bring your family to these lakes. You can almost guarantee that you'll catch fish. So I'm really looking forward to it, to be involved with it. We've already started the programs with the things that we're doing, from the eastern part of the state all the way to the western part of the state. See, we're a diversified state. We're 400 miles long from east to west. We have major interstates that run through our state, from I-40 to 65, almost to 75. So we've got a north-south flow of people. Our state offers so much and diversity, from trout streams to our middle part of our state, to smallmouth streams, to smallmouth lakes, to the western part. And we'll have the Bill Dance Lake scattered along the interstate with signage to where you can go in and visit these type of lakes. So the key is to establish good fishing, the good amenities, and like I say, I'm really excited about it. The governor has given us $15 million to invest into this program. So we look at the state of Tennessee. There's 39 counties, including 22 at risk or economically distressed counties. And this is an important step in helping those communities create a new revenue stream to increase visitation. So that's what we're going to be doing. So, like I say, it's a program. It's an ongoing program that it's going to generate a lot of visitation for our great state.
It's incredible because you hear so many people talk about, how to make fishing better, it's simple. People need to catch more fish. And
that's right.
With all these groups coming together to make this, but for you personally, to have a legacy like this.
Oh, it's just wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. The key, you can have all the amenities you want. You can have a boat launching facility. You can have good concessions, but you've got to have good fishing. And if you have that, people will come. So we're going to have that. And we're going to have that. We want people to come to our great state. We've got a lot of great things here to offer in the state of Tennessee, but we're going to have even more things to offer now.
It's incredible. It's incredible to see the drive to make it better. And,
absolutely.
And it's already good. It's it's not like you're in an area that isn't good. We've obviously seen all week long. It's great, but to make it better is incredible. But I'd like to make the Elite Series better myself. Personally,
right,
and I've been looking up, and you won 7 Bassmaster events, qualified for a Classics 3 Angler of the Years. When is Bill Dance coming back on the Bassmaster Elite Series? Is it time for a comeback?
I wouldn't be where I am today had it not been for B.A.S.S. That's where I started, and I'm still a big supporter of B.A.S.S. And like I say, I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for B.A.S.S. And I met Ray Scott right here, right around that corner.
Wow.
In fact, as a crow flies, probably 300 yards from where we're standing is where I met Ray Scott, and where I got an invitation to fish the first B.A.S.S. tournament. In fact, we left this site, my wife and I, is where I met Ray, and we went right below Pickwick Tail Race down on the Tennessee River. And I cooked his breakfast, believe it or not, at the B.A.S.S. Motel. We went there, and along with a guy with the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, it was called Tennessee Game and Fish at that time, a guy by the name of Ed Howes, and one of the best bass fishermen I ever met, Glenn Andrews. You've probably heard of that name before. So Glenn and Ray Scott, I, along with my wife Diane, we sat there, and Ray started telling me about his dream of starting an organization, B.A.S.S., and told me about it, that first tournament, which was on Beaver Lake back in 1967. And he said, I want you to participate in that tournament, in which I did. And it kick-started my career. So it all started here on Pickwick Lake when I met Ray. And had it not been for Ray, a lot of us wouldn't be doing what we're doing today.
That is the truth.
We lost Ray a couple of months ago, and it was a major loss. The industry wouldn't be where it is today had it not been for Ray. So he was a wonderful person, and he was a main key to this whole organization, to where the industry is today, and where a lot of us, I look at Roland Martin, I look at Tom Mann, I look at Jimmy Houston, I look at Bill Dance, I look at all of these guys that started a career as a result of what Ray did and what B.A.S.S. has done. So my hat's off to them.
An amazing legacy Ray Scott
Absolutely.
has, but also Bill Dance, an amazing legacy you have. And
Well,
I thank you
buddy.
for being here. I was thinking of a way to honor you. I was going to write a song, and that's already been done. Thank you.
Luke Bryan, he's such a wonderful guy. He texted me the other night. He caught his biggest bass, 11 pounds, 6 ounce. He caught it just 3 days ago.
Wow.
And he was just tickled to death with that. So and writing that song, last year was a great year for Bill Dance. So
I think every year's a great year for Bill
Thank you,
Dance.
buddy.
And it's a great day for me to be standing right beside truly a living legend
Thank you,
on
Dave.
the Mount Rushmore of professional bass fishing. His smiling face would be there, and that big T would be right on top of it. I can guarantee you.
Thank you, buddy.
Bill Dance, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We'd like to invite everybody to come to Tennessee.
Just a few minutes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Later today, two of USFL's best square off as the New Orleans Breakers face the league-leading Birmingham Stallions at 3 Eastern. Then tomorrow, the Panthers battle the Stars at noon Eastern, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Big sports weekend yet again here on FS1. We are in the middle of a big day. It is the third day, semifinal Saturday. It's Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at fabled Pickwick Lake. Our thanks to Dave and Davey and Bill Dance for giving us some great coverage on site there. I talk about the best of Tennessee bass fishing. That was it on display right there. We are back ready to get into the action, and what great stuff we have seen so far today. Let's get out to Austin Felix.
It also affects the crankbait because I grind it in the bottom so hard I like burn out bills. There's one.
Boy, that is a good shot of how to get a reaction bite off of a crankbait right there. Just absolutely ripping that thing off the bottom. Great catch from Austin Felix.
We might be getting somewhere. We got 3. Hands are all wet. 2-pounder. Hands are wet. We're on them now, boys. 6 pounds more than I had yesterday.
Little pep in the step for Austin Felix. This event's going to be maybe his turnaround event for this 2022 season. Not quite up to the burning pace he put down the first 2 years out here. Well, over to Kenta Kimura, another guy who just gets better with each passing year on the Elite Series.
Absolutely. Kenta Kimura, a lot of damage done with a hard swim bait up shallow early in this event, catching a lot of fish.
Yes.
Semi-offshore on a big oversized spoon.
Oh, yes. It's a better one. Yeah, sit bowl. Oh, better hook up. Oh, yeah. Sit. Ooh. Yes, sir. It's better size. Yeah, it's in the bowl over shad. It's 3.5 or 4. Yep, it's a 4-pounder. Need 5 of those.
Gosh, I'd love to get our viewers a look of the size of that spoon on FS1.
Just got
that
started.
thing is a hubcap, Tommy.
Oh. Kenta origins in Lake Biwa in Japan, the most prominent bass fishing lake in Japan, and he has taken his game to the U.S. and it's traveled well.
Z, watching.
Brad didn't have a smoking cigarette.
Watching Kenta yank the spoon like that, seeing Austin Felix sweep the crankbait like he was. When there's no current on the Tennessee River and those fish don't want to bite, it's a dinner bell. When the current turns on, it's a reason to come to the table and eat. Otherwise, you're kind of having to make them do that crazy reaction. So they look really odd doing that because we haven't seen it much this week, but that is the only way sometimes to trigger a bite when you know that they're there on that spot.
Yeah, and really looking at what Austin Felix and Kenta Kimura been doing. And Jacob Foutz really earlier today when he was catching him on a 10XD, mimicking the gizzard shad in here and aggressively, over-aggressively fishing those baits.
He don't feel that big now. It's pretty good.
Rookie Jacob Foutz.
That'll work.
Foutz with one of the meatiest 7 minutes in bass fishing we have ever seen. Early to start his day, caught his limit.
Rude.
Now up to 16.5 pounds. He may have the best limit of the day so far. Brian Schmidt has been in and out of that top 10 all week long. Very strong tournament for him.
Yeah, and really not catching that many, quality over quantity. And the interesting thing about today, there has not been many lulls in the action. We would go on, 2-hour lulls yesterday. Not the case here on Pickwick Lake today, which is very surprising for a Saturday. Like Greg DePalma, Brian Schmidt, a lot of his fish caught on a drop shot this week.
Heck yeah, boy. Woo! Didn't think that was what was there. Yes. There's a pile of, that's a good, woo! Yes, sir. Look at that tail. Dude, look at that tail. But listen, this blueback secret, every one of them's been in the throat. Like they, 4-pounder.
Showing that bloody tail, that fish just coming off the spawning nest.
Let me get set up, okay? Yeah. Hop back in the back. I know. I did not think he was that big.
Brian Schmidt sliding up into 4th place. Strong keeper right there.
Kyle Jesse's the on-the-water photographer with Brian Schmidt and said it is making him sick that he swapped him for Justin Atkins at the last second this week, watching him catch him every other cast, it seems.
Oh, fantasy problems.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one.
That's awesome. That is so awesome right there.
Feels like a good one.
Seems like a lot of our competitors have a lot more room to move around today too, Tommy, noticing how yesterday it was absolute bumper boats on, in fact, this exact area where you see Austin Felix.
A little bit better. It's my phone back in here.
Got a lot of guys moving up, but the closest to Brandon Lester, Cody Huff, not have a fish, has fallen out of the top 10. Had a big bag yesterday.
And it's par for the course, though. We've seen
He's
slow
later,
starts
yeah.
for a couple of our guys, and then once that 10, 30, 11 o'clock time period on, it's havoc.
I'm gonna get wore out doing this.
4th fish for Austin Felix. He seems very, very charged up here. This has certainly changed his whole outlook on the tournament and moved him up into the top 5. So a good morning for Austin Felix. We take a look at the unofficial leaderboard at this Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Brandon Lester, Day 2 leader to start this day, maintaining that lead despite the onslaught from the rookie Jacob Foutz early on today. Brian Schmidt sticking to his guns and working a very similar place as he has the other 2 days, hanging in there, moving up today. Felix Cox moving up as well. We got plenty more on the way.
at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Semi-final Saturday. That means you got to be in the top 10 at the end of today. That won't be decided until, well, a little after 4 Eastern time, 4:10. The weigh-in for you on Bassmaster.com if you want to check that out and see who the 10 who survived this intense competition today. Will it be Brandon Lester, the man on the Yeti hot seat? The way it stands right now, he would be the guy, but who knows? There's so much fishing left to go. Many hours of fishing here on Pickwick Lake. Coming to you from the Tennessee side. That's our headquarters, Counts, Tennessee. Pickwick Landing State Park. Terrific place. This is also known as, referred to by one of the anglers as the party end of the lake.
Yeah, it is the party end of the lake. Tommy, you were talking about that Yeti hot seat and who's going to make the top 10. We've had 5 Elite Series events, so 50 final day slots, 10 for each tournament, 5 tournaments, 50 slots. 24 anglers have been in the top 10 on day 1 and lasted to the final day. So that's something, almost 50% of our top 10 on day 1 always make it to the final day. Just wanted to watch this.
Good start is not underrated.
That's a good largemouth. Come on. Get in here. Oh, come here. Nice job. Knew they were down there. Huh?
Well, you see how fast he fights that fish with that giant spoon in his mouth.
That's a good one.
Fish has a lot of potential to come off if you try to play him.
Ooh, that be hitting different. That's what my mind thought. 3.5 pounder. Oh, come on. Put you on your own side.
You get it. Good job.
Thanks.
Having a time in that boat with cameraman Brian Evie.
Yeah?
And he has utilized that spoon a little bit here today. Not really the case of how he caught him on days 1 and 2 with Brandon Polinick.
Right where that
kind of been rotating through a lot of different baits in your Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Hey everyone, Brandon Polinick here. Sitting here day 2, we're still inside the top 10. A big key bait for me this week has been an X-Zone Mega Swammer on a VMC Tokyo rig with a 3/4 ounce VMC tungsten slider weight. And this is a really unique thing. Like, this bait wasn't necessarily designed for swim baits. This one was actually designed for flipping. It's got a 4/0 heavy duty flipping hook inside of it, but it does a great job of landing those fish, right? Your hookup ratio is really high because you've got an open hook. And then the other big thing is that everything is free moving, right? So you've got essentially almost like a 3-way swivel. Okay, so we've got one closed ring, we've got a barrel swivel that eliminates all the line twists, and it allows our line angle to change. And that weight below center allows you to keep this bait on the bottom. So our weight is ticking the bottom, and this bait is free to move, right? Just an inch or 2 up off the bottom. And so it allows it to wobble both directions, right? So you have the head roll, and then you've also got the tail kick. And having that weight lower keeps it down on the bottom better. So, I mean, you can do a lot of things, right? Throw a jig head, you can throw a wobble head, but this is the best way I've found to give your bait the most action and keep it on the bottom with the least amount of weight.
Tommy, a little surprised he gave that nugget out right there, because that is not something we have seen utilized very much out ledge fishing with a lot of other anglers.
Part of the arsenal. I'll tell you what, a big arsenal on the deck of the boat is the rule rather than the exception out here. These guys going through a lot of different lures.
Ronnie nailed it. It's a party down at the Pickwick Dam and giving all the secrets out. Well, angler with a really big stringer on day number 2 caught them all in the last 2 hours of fishing. Rookie Cody Huff little bit slow this morning.
He had one of those great flurries with a bunch of 4+ pounders.
What we got here? He's not a very big one, but he's a start. Number one, boys. Looks like there's quite a few of them down there, so hopefully they play for us today. This is a spot we caught 18 and about 7 casts on day one. Let's get it going.
That is not the area Cody Huff did his damage late yesterday. And interesting, when he was in that flurry yesterday, another angler pulled up, and that was Matt Robertson, your day one leader.
Whenever I started catching the big ones yesterday, it's like there was just a whole big, there's just this whole.
Cody Huff with 22 pounds and 3 ounces yesterday. Same story for this man, John Cox, 22-3, both of them, to gain a prominent spot in the top 10 to start this day.
Nope. I don't know if he'll even make it. Come here, buddy.
Well, you said it earlier, Ronnie. Doing it his way. He's got the gray pants. He's got a look about him today.
Close.
I wasn't talking about his pants, but yeah, that goes with the whole vibe.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's good.
Using the measuring board on the top of the cooler. It's all
ruler,
coming together.
You know?
Yeah.
I was looking at that log and I was like, gosh, there's gotta be one on that log. That log looks so good.
Chris Saldane with a 4-pound, 6-ounce fish is over 11 and a half. He's jumped into our top 10 at 8, trying to make Championship Sunday.
So I'm just using.
John Cox still working on putting that limit in the boat. Still early on this day. Over to Brian De Palma. I'm sorry, Gregory De Palma. Brian De Palma is
Brian De Palma. He was the director of Halloween.
That's
was he
right.
Not?
Yeah. Oh, lots of great.
Escape from New York.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can get him out here too.
Please do.
Greg De Palma is who I'm talking about, the man from Millville, New Jersey.
GDP.
Yeah, GDP.
Put me in a bad mindset right there, dude.
Good to see Greg fishing alone this week. He had some company last week and had to work through some stuff, and obviously having 2 good events back to back.
Yes, sir. I threw it that tree 5 times on the other direction. It just came out this way. I picked up on it and just picked it up. Just can't even roll post spawn. One more. Yeah.
I was mistaken, Tommy. He's had 3 good events in a row. We had him on camera one of the days at Chickamauga. Then he had a good Lake Fork event, made the cut there. He is in our classic cut line, 39th place after yesterday's competition.
Really,
so great
really
season for him.
from the surge here. Good move. 4th keeper right there. For Greg DePalma there, has him in 3rd place, moving up the leaderboard. Brandon Lester, Jacob Foutz, Brian Schmidt, and Austin Felix populating the top 5. A lot less movement in and out of that top 10 as we had yesterday. It was a revolving door to get back in here, and certainly where you want to land when it's all said and done on the semifinal Saturday at Pickwick Lake.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Catch the 1-2 punch of Trout and Ohtani as they take on Harper and the Phillies. Or the Cardinals battle the Cubs. It all begins tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Heard Pujols is starting as the pitcher this week. What's that? I heard Pujols is starting a pitcher.
I think that's over with.
Tommy, this will tell our viewers a lot about you. Are you a Cardinals or Cubs fan?
Oh, I'm a Cardinals fan versus Cubs, yeah. I kind of am.
Okay.
Yeah. How about you?
White Sox.
White Sox.
Well, no, you didn't add that as an option.
I did not hang on the north side.
Oh.
It's a big dude. No, it just seemed big.
Get up here. Could be number 5 for Greg DePalma. Yes.
I'll keep on the outside. Not even in the freaking mouth. That's definitely 15, but I just want to check it.
From 10th to 3rd. Good little move today.
Pretty strong. Got to be 15 inches to make it. Yep.
Getting a lot more bites today with Greg DePalma than he got yesterday. He said, boy, it was painful.
Ready? Number 5. Should be number 5.
Think the Kimuri also trying to put number 5 in?
Yes. Oh, yeah. He's keeper. He's keeper. Number 5. I hope he is. Oh yeah, he is. He's not the straight, but number 5.
Hopefully he doesn't stay long.
Hopefully.
I know it's early, but that's our 7th limit of the day.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Number 5.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bass. I thought it was a whitey under the boat. Don't know if he's gonna help me. He's definitely gonna try to hook me though. Chill out. Ow. Think he's gonna help, but
I picked it up. I'm like, boy, that sucker's big.
Unofficial 16 pounds, 6 ounces. Foutz has the biggest bag of the day so far.
Oh, he's very big. Big. I think that'll call that one. Where did I put my scale there?
just picking up with us, the rookie there, Jacob Foutz, went on a tear this morning.
Yes.
Limit of fish in 7 minutes. That's how fast it happens here on Pickwick.
And a limit of good ones early today. Slower for Brian Schmidt, but when he does get bit, it's been quality too.
That's a keep.
Hook fell right out. That's a keeper. 2-pounder.
Sir.
We're scoping them, dude.
Yeah, man.
Straight scoping them.
Good move.
Hell yeah, Bubba.
Yeah, Brian Schmidt, as you mentioned, had a couple of periods of 2 hours without a bite yesterday, but hung in there. A lot of
we
patience.
know.
Yeah, don't we? We felt it ourselves. Taku Ito.
Okay, number 3. Hey, number 3. I lost the 6-pounder. I need it, but it's okay. Yes, I'm happy, but I lost a giant. Maybe this tournament most big one. If I caught, yeah. Big mouth. Like a US people. Very big, strong.
No, he did
and
not.
powerful.
No, he did not go there.
Healthy. That's awesome bass. But I lost.
The truth hurts, doesn't it?
All I had to do was talk about leaving.
That's all I had to do was say we were gonna leave.
Oh God.
That might have been the best line of the
Right. I don't know which way he's going.
John Cox excited about this one.
Oh no. Bet he's right around that brush pile. Come on. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He went right into the brush pile under us. There he goes. There he goes. Come on, baby. Come on, let me get you in. Come on. Come on. Come on. Not only do I got her on light line, the line's probably frayed to pieces now. Come on. Come on. Let me get you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Let me get you. Oh, my gosh. I got her. I got her. Oh, my gosh. Oh. That was incredible. I'm not going to lie. That was incredible. That's the kind of crazy stuff that happens when you win, I think. Look at that guy. Gosh, that is so awesome. That's number 4. Oh. All right, this guy's not doing good. Wait, so is that?
We're not losing that one, getting that in the boat. That is so big. That is so huge.
Awesome segment from Taku to John Cox right there.
Well, that was just
Yes,
a little,
exactly.
that was a little coincidence, but yeah, oh boy. We'll be thinking about that.
Oh, boy.
Brandon Lester's still on top. Jacob Foutz, the rookie, and John Cox moving up into 3rd place. Man, oh man, some big major moves going on all morning long here at Pickwick. All right, Mike Joy and company with NASCAR Cup Series qualifying right around the corner. Meanwhile, a little bit more, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake, a big day. Day number 3, semifinal Saturday. There's your unofficial leaderboard in Tennessee's. Brandon Lester had his own great flurry earlier today. Jacob Foutz, John Cox, Greg DePalma, Cody Huff rounding out our top 5. Plenty more fishing on the way, but right now let's pause for what we call our Jack Link's Hook the Beast.
Hook the Beast.
Hey, Nancy. Come here. Yeah! Woo! Look at the size of that one! It is big, folks at home. It's giant. Look at that. Woo! Oh my gosh! Holy moly! Look at that.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Just a few minutes left in our broadcast here from Pickwick Lake, Tennessee. Time left. We need to check around a little bit to see what's happening in this final part of our show today. Let's take you out to Mike Huff. Mike Huff, the rookie who has had a great tournament here. Cody Huff.
The other Huff.
The other Huff.
Oh, here he comes. Got him. Oh, baby, stay on there. Yes! Oh, that is not incredible. Spoon to the leg.
Not good. Not good. That's real bad.
Yeah.
And it's digging deeper.
Off of there.
Now, you do got to be careful with lots of hooks.
Bring Davey Hyde in on this right there. Davey Hyde has seen his share of this, and that's a bad one there, Davey. We don't want that.
No, you absolutely don't want that. Unfortunately, I've had that happen. Not with a big spoon like that, but certainly I've had it happen a lot of times. You know, that's part of the excitement, and unfortunately part of what you deal with, not being able to use a dip net and that sort of thing. It makes it really tough.
The kids and their piercings these days, I tell you.
All right, Such.
Davey, real quick, that has happened to you the first morning of a Bassmaster Classic, correct? It's been a morning here.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And you know, Brandon Lester and Jacob Foutz getting off to a great start, but we just got back in off the water, and the fishing is kind of picking up again, and I think we'll see some good things happen a little later this afternoon.
We look forward to it. Plenty more to come for people who want to stick around. Let's take it to Ronnie Moore at Screen of Knowledge there. Some important knowledge to impart.
Yeah, I wanted to hit us with some Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing before we get off the FS1 show and kind of insight the folks on the top team. Normally the top team might be spread out through the top 15 anglers because these guys are separated by 5 different buckets. But the top team this week, almost exactly like our leaderboard, 1st through 5th, but except we skipped 5th place. Jacob Foutz making it in to the top team. But as we look at it, it's pretty distributed well. Brandon Lester in bucket A getting it done. Taku Ito in bucket B getting it done. Then we have Jacob Foutz, Cody Huff, the 2 rookies in bucket C and D doing well. And Brian Schmidt, we were wondering which star in bucket E was going to do well. He's been our top performer this week. So looking at fantasy fishing, that's how it kind of lays out halfway through day 3. We're going into day 4 tomorrow, and we'll see who makes that top 10 cut.
Absolutely.
I think we should go back out to Cody Huff with that shank in his leg to end the day, Tommy Sanders.
Oh, my gosh. Should we?
It's been a little hectic.
Yeah, that was tough. Tough to watch right there.
I think he's moved up to 3rd place. Started in 2nd.
Great tournament. And people said he would do well here. They were right.
Yeah, those people were us.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. I did text him and it said, welcome to the Elite Series, because this is his first big event coming out party. This is exactly how we expected him to fare.
All right, he's back up and fishing. We've never, ever done this, Tommy Sanders, but the Mercury move of the day generally is when an angler is making a move up the leaderboard. The Mercury move of the day right now is going to be Cody Huff taking one bad in the leg. Big silver spider treble. Who misses it the first time, gets it out on his own. The old braid trick, Tommy Sanders. The Mercury move of the day, Cody Huff relieving himself of that treble hook that, listen, it was deep, man.
Smiling too.
Well done, Cody.
Did we just do a Mercury move of the day? A dude get a treble hook out of his
100% we did.
100%.
We'll do it again someday too, I bet.
Big move this week.
What a morning.
AOI stage, 66 to 43rd right now. Almost in contention for the Classic Bubble.
Yeah.
Right there at the Classic Bubble.
Cody from Missouri, but he went to school at Bethel, which is on the banks of the Tennessee River, virtually there. Kentucky Lake area.
All right.
Next lake over.
Good friends with legendary Rick Clunn from Ava, Missouri as well.
Rick Clunn.
Cody's had success.
Momentor.
Like Gunnersville, Chickamauga, he's won big events there as well. Our national championship.
Well, it has been a time here today. Bassmaster Elite Series on Pickwick. In all honesty, man, Championship Sunday is gonna be a horse race. This is far from over.
Really looking forward to that. Who makes that top 10 is critical. Boy, a lot of anglers making a case that they should be there. Going for the championship on Championship Sunday tomorrow. That, by the way, comes your way right here on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We will have it for you.
Good morning of fishing.
Boy, good morning of fishing today. Lots of thrills, a few spills, and everything you could want. Very entertaining time on the last stand in the Tennessee River here for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2022. Hope you have a great sports weekend and otherwise, and we will see you right here tomorrow.
Hey guys, welcome back to our morning show. I'm Matty Wong, and I'm joined with Clint Davis.
How's it going?
We're obviously we wish we were out there fishing on the water, but you know, you can have some great derbies and you can have some bad ones. And this week I didn't do so hot, but still learned a lot. It's my first time here in Pickwick, and it's a beautiful, beautiful fishery. And surprisingly, I mean, I don't think the folks at home understand how crowded it can be on these main lake ledges and points that you want to go, because a lot of these fish set up on these ledges and they want to feed there, and then you got 4 boats. And how do you like come up on someone like David Mullins or, you know, like Jacob Foutz and I? We found the same school of fish, but he started there and just started whacking them. And it's kind of hard because you want to be able to share water. It makes it tricky.
Yeah, you know, it is. Me personally, I refuse to fish like that, and I was unfortunate enough to have 3 schools to myself for 2 days, and You know, the first day I tried to power fish them like you always do here on the Tennessee River, and I never got them to fire. And yesterday, I guess you could say I gave up and went to a spinning rod and caught them all day long. And you know, a lot of schools actually started showing up on places yesterday.
Yeah.
I think like Lester, where's he sitting at right now? He's right at 60, and he knows where those fish get, and they haven't been there all practice. So personally, I believe if he can get on up to around 18 pounds, he's going to walk away with this tournament, because he'll go back to graphing stuff that fish have not been on this week, and they started getting there yesterday. And today around 1 o'clock, the fireworks should go off, because that's when the TVA's been turning the water up to about 60 grand, and he'll probably roll right on into those schools, and tomorrow will be,
be fireworks. I think that's the thing. It's super interesting that people, I'm not sure if they know or not. I mean, it was new to me when I got here, was that you have generators that pull water, and it's on a scheduled time. And if you don't have the app and you don't know what's going down, you're definitely in the loss. And it's interesting because you can pull up on a spot in the morning and zero current's pulling, and you come back a couple hours later and you have to spot lock because there's so much current pulling off the back of your motor. It's insane. But I mean, we're with Brandon Lesser right now, and see what he's doing. It's interesting because you want to be able to pull up next to some guys, and like I said earlier, you know, Foutz and I found the same school of fish, and you know, like a couple other people, Scott Canterbury was there.
We're just shifting gears.
And
that was that spot that Jacob's on. Like I said,
I'll inspire you all day.
Brandon's hooked up
hooked
again.
up.
I wonder what he's fishing.
He's on
Fat one.
He's right above State Line Island on.
May help a little bit.
It's a good one.
Looks like is that a
That's
screw?
right on cue, wasn't it?
Scrouser or a little spoon.
He's making a call right now. I'm trying to call beam him up.
Yeah, well, helps a little.
That's
Say 2.5.
Hey, ounces is ounces, man. And
that one will call.
B caught another one.
Feeling inspired, Kyle. Good. Number 3. Number 3.
You notice everyone started getting bit here all of a sudden.
Yeah.
They generate this water by the hour. So 9 minutes ago, I assume the TVA kicked up the generation schedule.
Look at him. You just can't look at him right there. How bad my hand's shaking. Yeah, they're right there. Oh, look at them. They're right there. Oh, gosh. They're right there.
I love how excited Brandon gets, man. That is the true.
It's a whole school
That's so
of crazy
good, man.
girls.
Yeah, at 10 o'clock they've been generating 18,000 all morning. At 10 o'clock they turned it up to 40,000.
Gee.
Feeding time.
Yeah. It's interesting because the way that these fish set up on these points and these ledges when the current isn't pulling, you know, like Ronnie Moore broke it down yesterday and they did the underwater deal.
Yeah! Boom!
Oh,
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
that's some excitement right there. All right, Cody just whacked another one.
There you go, boys. Number 5. She's a good one.
By the sound of that yell, that sounded like it was a good fish.
That's his 5th. Have that. I'll hit the refresh.
It's not moving and it's not fighting. Yeah, I'm like, I know that
Brandon's
feeling
hooked up
now.
on a catfish.
I'm identified.
Oh, snagged a white bass.
Same bass.
Throwing a spoon.
But anyway, that really is a graphic difference from, you know, just an hour ago, and the turning on of that, you know, 26x to 1,000.
Yep.
Grand, as you say, but cubic feet per second.
Yep.
Has fired these up. How long will it go?
It's going to get better the rest of the day. And it's crazy. From the fishing pressure on a lot of these schools nowadays, it's a ghost town. And there's places on this lake in practice at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there'd be thousands of them laying there. But at tournament hours, there's not a bass laying there. The longer they turn the generation up, and then the later in the day it gets, they're just going to continue to pull up. Those fish, I assume they just sit out in the river channel and just float until time to pull up and feed.
Just
and
to spin.
Mm-hmm.
I was finding them like further off on the ledge where there was like almost that transition area, but they were like on the bottoms, like in like 35 or so. And I think that's where Taku was catching them day one, because I wanted to fish a similar area, but we had for
2.5 to 3 pounder.
hey, it's a good day whenever you're catching those fish, but you know it's tough when you have a lightning storm pulling it in. And you see lightning strikes. Yeah. I mean, it's the whole difference of being able to fish an area comfortably or not, knowing that you might get struck by lightning. And that was
day
the
one.
deal for me day one.
Oh, I ran.
You ran from it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I ran towards it. I made the mistake because that was where I was catching good fish, and I lifted my rod up, and it started to hum. It was a bad deal. So I learned something valuable. When you see lightning, run away from it.
Yes. Yeah, it's not a good thing to have a fishing rod up in the air in the middle of a lake.
No way at all. Man, these conditions, it's pretty slick calm today. I mean, it's around the same time that the wind kind of died off yesterday.
Yeah, they're going to wreck them the next few hours. At noontime, like I said, 12 or 1 o'clock, when they really kick up the generation schedule, they're going to kill them.
It's going to turn.
I assume, you know, I have no idea, but I assume it's been like this every single day, early, slow, other than maybe a few guys that had shallow bar or something up on the bank.
Yeah. Yeah,
late,
I was targeting stumps and trees.
Yeah.
In kind of areas that, you know, that weren't these more standard ledges. I wanted to get off the beaten path and kind of scan around and find areas in like the 6 to 12 foot space that were up on these ledges and whatnot that were away on these flats. And I was able to find some isolated stumps. And in practice, I was able to get some decent like 4 to 6 pound range fish. And things kind of switched up on that day one when we had that strong wind. And when the current was pulling really hard in the morning, it was really hard to position because you would spot lock your boat down and the current would be pulling your bait the other direction. And so it was that was a really hard adjustment for me, and I've never been put in that situation before, so I didn't know how to make that adjustment. And I think that really affected me. And then on top of that, seeing Jacob find that same school and start whacking them, and I roll in and I catch a catfish, and it just made me want to cry.
Yeah, that spot Jacob's on's been good to me over the years. It used to, all that stuff back in those creeks used to not get picked on as much, and they still don't. And where that's at there in the Bear Creek,
right in the mouth.
It's just going to reload every single day.
Yeah. It's just like one of those zones that it feels like when you have these bass in transition, that it's just a perfect little stopping spot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like it's like a fast food restaurant coming down the highway. It's like, oh, look at this perfect little shell bar. Let's come up and snack a little bit, and then we'll pull back out. But yeah, it was an interesting place because you'd have a nice defined rock point or ledge underwater, and then a nice big flat and a couple of stumps up on it.
Yep.
I managed to snag one of the stumps, and I had no clue because I was scanning around. I'm like, how did I catch the only one tree out of this 200-yard flat?
Crankbait won't play until that current gets going. I haven't been able to get it going.
Lost our video.
I know. But I swear it's something about the vertical. If you could get your crankbait If you could just like pop it and get it to dive up and then dive back down, you'd crush them.
You know, it was really interesting that Brandon's talking about directional change with a bait like that, because, you know, it's the truth. Whenever you can create a directional change that's erratic and different, it really triggers those bass to go. And I think that's why spoons are so effective.
Oh, yeah. Is anyone catching them on a spoon? I caught some late in the day in practice on it, but other than that, they were.
Yeah, I know Kenta was catching them on the spoon. My roommate for this trip, John Kelly, made the cut, and you know, he's been sharing water with Kenta.
Keep rolling over their backs. You'd think someone would eat it.
How about John Cox? I mean, he's
got a Senko on. Yeah.
All by himself doing John Cox's deal. I assume he's fishing brim beds. It just, you know, it's pretty amazing. He caught, what, 22 pounds off that lake yesterday?
Really? Oh, I'm also not surprised too.
That's incredible for that lake.
Oh, is he back in Bay?
Bay Springs.
Yeah.
He is, and he's in Bay Springs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all by himself, just doing what John Cox does.
Oh man, I thought I had one there. We've been kind of bouncing around. We're kind of getting we got those 3 nice ones. We kind of caught them in the same like kind of area, 2 little spots. You know, the one is like a little tiny bluegill bed, and then the other one's just got a little bit of grass. It's like one little clump of grass, and you know, I feel like if we catch any on these couple of little areas, we're probably not going to be able to cull them today. So we're kind of getting to that point of the day where yesterday it kind of turned on. You know, the sun's getting a little higher. Might be able to see some cruising, and that's what I'm kind of really hoping for. I think we're going to take off here, and we'll just start moving around and see if we can't get lucky and catch 2 more nice ones. You know, I'm hoping. You know, I figure maybe if we get like 2 more, you know, close to 4, you know, maybe we'll make it. So we'll see. I got one little brush pile out there. I kind of. Oh, dang it! I think that was a bluegill. But I got one little brush pile that I don't know. I'd like fighting myself. Like, part of me wants to go try it. Another part of me doesn't even want to go out there because it sounds awful. But we'll see. We'll just kind of keep moving around and see if we can't land on them.
You know, that's John is actually a really good ledge fisherman as well. So it's not shocking, but it is to see John in Bay Springs all by himself, knowing how much, honestly, John, he loves ledge fishing too.
Yeah. No, it's incredible to watch his consistency throughout the season so far, and majority of the time with that spinning rod in his hand, you know, and just historically, I mean, I was doing my research and whatnot. I'm trying to learn about Bay Springs, and I just heard that there was a lot of spots in there. Man, if I knew there was 4-pound largemouth stacked up in there like what John's been doing, I would have been in Bay Springs myself.
I think he found the only ones that live there.
He has that special knack to be able to sight fish, even when like the visibility is only 2 foot. But either way, I mean, it would have been a great day being out in the water, but I had a blast being in the studio with you, and it's another beautiful day out here, and I look forward to being able to come back and fish this beautiful fishery.
Certainly, yep.
Well, all right, we hope that you guys will come back. We're going to go to a break real quick, and then we'll be back with these guys or more.
Take care. Thanks. Hey guys, welcome back. They couldn't get rid of us, so we're hanging out again for another segment. But, you know, I don't mind it. It's good fun.
Oh, yeah.
Hanging out. We call it, back in Hawaii, we call it talking story. And just being able to talk story with these guys and break down certain things. I'm learning from you guys because, like I said before, this is all new for me. So when you're talking about just the way, like, you would set up on a certain spot or the way that you would approach a certain, you know, a day with decisions based around a schedule, like literally a feeding schedule where these bass are going to pick up. And, you know, like we were talking about earlier, this afternoon is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's ledge fishing. You've got your little windows throughout the day. I said after the first day on an Instagram post that ledge fishing was dead, but actually it's probably not a better. It's harder nowadays because you don't have just sneaky little fishing spots. Now it's all about the feeding time and when they move up and when they're off, and knowing at some point during the day they're going to be on that deal. So it's more or less just graphing a rotation of spots until they're there.
Yeah. Oh. Side snagging sand bass.
Yeah. Little line sider. So one thing that you know you had to point out is Brandon. He's got a 3-pound lead on Cody Huff, but you know Brandon's smallest fish is 2.5, and we know that it's probably that 2.6 over there is a little bigger than that. Doesn't matter. Cody Huff, on the other hand, is 3 pounds back. He's got a one pounder and a 2. You know, basically.
Yeah, he can get
I
rid
mean,
of
he's
those.
got a lot. It's going to be a lot easier for him to close that gap than it is for Lester to move on up. I mean, which makes it kind of interesting, consider that Lester's first fish was 6.4.
Yeah, that's an incredible good fish to kind of anchor your day.
You know, but I mean, at some point in time, this day here, depending on who makes the top 10, everybody's pretty much close to getting the limit, with the exception of Schmidt. It becomes a big bass tournament.
Yeah. Yep. No, I mean, for me, I didn't even have, I didn't catch my limit until around noon yesterday. And then day one, I only caught 2 keepers. I mean, I caught a bunch of fish. They were like 14 3/4. Man, I kept flipping one like 5 or 6 times. I'm like, please go, just please. And I guess it was bad rotation. It was just really bad luck. And like we were talking about, just decisions.
Yeah, certainly. You know, I've laughed about it, and I see Pollock, he's power fishing. I guess Brandon, he caught all of his on a spinning rod earlier this morning.
He's hooked up again.
Uh-oh, Pollock.
He keeps snagging. Oh. Yep, he got
With
a
the
school white
spoon.
bass. You know what's interesting is that you watch these white bass push through a spot, and there'd be schools of largemouth pushing in with them, and they're feeding on the same stuff, which is these shad and whatnot. But it's crazy because sometimes when you can fire up the schools of white bass, you can also get some mixed in largemouth with them.
Right, but we also see, and we've heard this several times today, where you
Get
click
back
that
up here.
switch,
The bass
and
may
you have that
slid their way
fired
up.
up school, and then you have to
Look
start
like mostly
culling, and
white
you
bass.
throwing fish back in there, and it shuts it down. So, does that not? You think the largemouth bass
when we
just
caught
don't
that
listen
last
to the white bass when they
3-pounder,
come
we
back
were
and say,
pretty
"Don't
close
do
to
it,"
where we caught it.
or
We caught them the first
They're like
time.
sending out an SOS.
Just jerk throwing them back in there.
Yeah. No, I think fish are fish, man. I think instinctively when they have fellow fish feeding up and just getting in this feeding frenzy, I think it triggers all of them to go. But you know, Brandon's putting on a clinic of how to catch white bass right now with a spoon. Hey, catching fish is catching fish, man. I'll take them.
Usually, as well, graphing these fish.
I found it yesterday.
That's good. Somebody's says
Welcome
he
to the
found
Tennessee
it. That's
River
what I'm
on
talking. There's
Saturday.
certain schools starting to show up on the lake in the last day.
Oh yeah.
They will for a few days till people start pounding the heck out of them. They usually sit right over there about 300 yards. But there were several guys in this tournament that were fishing that spot, so a bunch of them moved over here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how many guys are cranking because, you know, in practice, I did catch a keeper in practice on a crank, and it was starting to clue me in on what was going on, but then it shut off. And I don't know enough about this fishery to run with confidence areas that, you know, like you've caught them before, you know, and know that you can crank them up and get a reaction bite. And so I had to switch to something like a jig.
Yeah.
But it was, you know, it's nuts to see these guys crank. And, you know, these are not traditional cranking conditions, but you can also know that with a crankbait, you know, like what Brandon Polinick was mentioning earlier, is if you can create a directional change, even if it's slick clomb glass, you can get those fish to bite, and that's how I actually ended up winning on the Ouachita River, was speed cranking a balsa through trees and stuff when it was sheet calm. So, I wish I got on the crankbait, man.
Yeah, that crankbait's one of those deals where you just got to glue it in your hands up here.
Look at the bait. Look at the bait.
Sounds like a spin.
Oh, come on.
I wish we had a white bass count for Brandon going right now. I think we should start a clicker.
Oh yeah.
I think you'd be on like number 35. Click.
First one that blew up had the flood.
Now Brandon Polinick putting on a clinic.
A big mouth flush. Too many?
It's just so cool to see on how consistent these guys are
a lot.
from event to event.
They're fun, but
just to know that they have confidence in their decisions.
See the top left, that giant black cloud on the 360, that's a ball of bait. That's what they're pushing. You can see all the little dots
right now,
straight in front of us, in between them waypoints. Those are predatory creatures.
Great little breakdown on that 360.
Yeah, typically they'll be the white bass and the largemouth will be mixed, but if you graph them, usually the largemouth they're sitting ahead of the white bass in the current. Like they kind of have dominance over the white bass.
They'll bully him out. He's fighting that one like a largemouth. There we go.
Not big. Not big enough.
Let's see if that's going to help him. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. Looks like Brandon's throwing like a 7-inch.
He just threw that one back. So that was a largemouth.
Largemouth. Did I say white bass?
He said his smallest fish is a 1.4. And that was a 2-pounder that he just threw back. So hopefully he didn't make a mistake.
Yeah. Hey B, I hope you didn't throw back that 2, bro. You needed that fish.
Sandbagging a little.
Yeah.
These guys are good at it.
He's like, it's like a 1.2. It's like a 3-pounder. It's neat to see on the way that everyone's approaching this day is a little bit different. You have John Cox throwing around a wacky rig, targeting brim beds. You got Brandon who's throwing a spoon. Lester looks like he's stroking a jig right now, or a Texas rig. I mean, there's so many different ways that you can catch these fish, and it really comes down to a timing deal and being at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I don't know as far as how many spots these guys are rotating, but I know Lester. Yeah, he's probably sitting on a spot right now that he's very confident in upgrading on, but he also knows that 1 o'clock to weigh-in window is where he needs to be headed to what he thinks is his best juice. So it's ledge fishing's a waiting game as well, and I'm sure he's got a couple more places that he's holding out for the last hour.
So if you have a school of fish, like let's say, for instance, that spot on, like a ledge up in Bear or something like that, and you know that they're there, do you sit there and wait for them to go, and you only have 2 fish, and it's like 11 o'clock? Or do you hit a panic button and go and run some other stuff, but then you also risk holding that school down?
You're exactly right. You hope, that no one else is fishing that ledge.
Yeah.
And you know that the later in the day, the greater your chances of catching a great big bag off of it if it's not being bothered.
Yeah, but like, when you leave, like let's say to go and try and scratch out a limit somewhere else, and you come back and you got 4 boats on it.
Yep, that's the game you play.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think everyone back watching is these guys don't leave a single stone unturned. And when you think that you have a school or you got something special to yourself, unless it is off the beaten path. And even then, you know, you'll be surprised. And there'll be someone sitting right on top of your spot. And knowing how to work together and to be able to play ball and, you know, collaborate in a way. I think that was a learning experience for me is, you know, pulling up on something like Jacob and be like, hey, man, like, found the school too. Like, how do you do, you know, like, how do you work, you know, work together and you're competing against these guys, you know? And it's a trip, you know, it's definitely, it's different, you know? It's, because out west, we have encroachment rules.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can't just play bumper boats with someone else because you're going to, you know, you're going to draw a penalty and it's not going to be good. You'll get DQ'd.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
I've got a big one.
I hope he didn't side snag a white bass. Let's go. Come on, Brandon.
Gosh, you got it good. Keep your mouth full of water, please. And in the boat.
Flip him. That's like a 4. That's a 4.
She got it. I mean, like, gone. Oh, you crazy girl. Oh, you need that D, you crazy girl.
You got one of those Sallies.
See, when they get it that bad,
I mean,
or that good, I should say, you be very careful and you go in through the backside and rotate that hook, slide it right out. Come on, let's
Man,
not
I'm
lose
so
the spoon
stoked
rod.
that
I think
Brandon
we
was
need
able
that today.
to hang out and put on a clinic today. Because, you know,
long, lean, and mean.
He's an expecting dad, you know.
I'll get rid of a 2-pounder.
Tiff's due any day now, and we were talking, and he said, you know, as soon as he gets that call, he's gone. And man, I hope he gets a 4-pounder. There we go.
Nice.
Good job, Brandon.
So
That's awesome.
He just upgraded 2 pounds there, but Bass Track still shows him at 1.4. You know, I guess he's already done
There's
that because
that's that little 1.4.
That's a great one.
I'm worried.
That's a great call.
Dude,
maybe there's a
putting
missing fish.
on a clinic. Brandon Polinick. That's the way, man. You got to bring a Yeti with you, and that's what I learned. Because I mean, the cooler on my boat isn't that big, and so next time I'm bringing a full Yeti cooler when I'm coming to Pickwick. Because 1, I want to make sure my drinks are cold, but 2, you need to make sure you have a lot of ice to keep these fish in a nice, cool temperature and nice and relaxed.
Definitely. Another thing to guys watching out there, as far as keeping your fish alive, I actually don't use much ice. The main thing is to continue to pump fresh water in all day. I've never killed one. I never cut it on recirculate. God made good oxygenated water out there. Just constantly have it pumping in all day long.
Yeah, I kept mine on auto. I would just throw in a clump of here and there, but I'd reach into the live well and just touch it. And if it was still cool to touch, it's good. But hey, man, it's good again hanging out with you guys. I'm glad that you guys hung out with us today, and it's always a pleasure to be able to talk.
It's been fun.
Good stuff. You guys take care and enjoy the rest of your day. Aloha.
Mahalo.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Just need to go hunt a big one down now. 5-6 pounder.
All right, well, we're back on the live mix with our angler and our angler show, and we have John Cruz.
What's up, Steve?
So you started the season off with a bang, and now you're sitting here with me.
Yeah, I got a couple wheels that have run off.
What happened to them?
They look about it. I feel about as messed up as my hat on top of these headphones here. But man, I don't know. It's been an odd year for me since the St. John's. I just feel like I've never really gotten into the groove to where I go into the tournament thinking, okay, I've got a couple little deals figured out, and let's roll. Like I did at the St. John's. St. John's, I had a couple little deals figured out. I said, let's roll. That usually happens every third or fourth tournament.
Right.
It happened there, and it has not happened since. And it's getting a little frustrating, but I want to just keep plugging along. I've said it to a lot of anglers over the years. You always come back to your average. The last 5 or 6 tournaments is not my career average. It will come back around. You just can't get too down on yourself. So that's kind of where I'm trying to keep my focus is to just stay positive and look forward to the next one.
All right. Well, let's talk about some of those grooves. Because there's like 5, maybe 6 guys that I see in this top 10, if not the whole top 10, that I feel like are kind of in that groove.
Right.
I mean, right now we got Brandon Lester who's leading. He's in a 3-pound something lead, but the bite has just fired up. Brandon has a 6-pounder in his deal. Cody Huff is breathing a little bit down his neck. He's got a 1-pound 14-ouncer.
Right. He's
got
a
4-pounder, and he's right there. And that is so possible.
Right.
2 3-pounders, and he's right there. Of course, Brandon may be hooked up there.
Yeah, he's probably railing on them white bass.
He's wailing on a little line size. Then you got Jacob Foutz, who is obviously a for real Tennessee River guy.
Yeah, definitely a good offshore fisherman.
No doubt.
And then you got Cox in there. His boat has alarms that go off if he goes deeper than 10 feet of water. So that's kind of how he rolls, but he's making it work. I mean, that's what John Cox does. But the rest of, De Palma is a sneaky good offshore fisherman, and obviously Brandon can catch him everywhere he goes. Taku is a great structure fisherman as well. He's proven that. Schmidt, believe it or not, is that is like, other than a chatterbait and a swim jig, Schmidt is good at fishing offshore. He's kind of got he knows what to do. He's been around it. He's been he's been around for a while. He's fished enough ledge tournaments. He's learned what it takes.
Well, I also see Schmidt as one of those guys that is motivated when you yell at him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like one of those. The football coach would just get right in his face
Schmidt,
and yell at him.
You got to catch him. And then he goes and wins Champlain. And now it's like, dang it, Schmidt again. You got to start catching him. He's up here in the top 10, I'm just like, Schmidt, I need to just yell at Schmidt before every turn.
Well, you can try yelling at me. Maybe that's what I need. I don't know.
I'm scared
just
to
call
yell
me.
at you.
Call me. Yeah, I mean, hell, I'll just hang up on you if I don't like what you say.
You've done that too. No, but I mean, this is an interesting deal, and we've seen what you haven't seen, and those of us who've been watching Live Mix and watching this is almost exactly 10 o'clock, just a few minutes past 10. Everybody started banging them. That initial slug of that current being turned on started at 10.
Gives a little
and
pop.
There was guy, of course, it hadn't got to Schmidt yet. He's down there around Coger Island, I believe. But he should have.
Yeah, he's also, and that's the other thing about this lake is it's longer. So you've got the Pickwick Dam, which pulls current, and it like the bottom half of the lake is more susceptible to that. You've also got the Wilson Dam above Pickwick. When they generate power there, he's up there at Coger Island, and he's probably almost more influential from that current than the Wilson Dam. Excuse me, Wilson Dam versus the Pickwick Dam. So there's two dams, and if they're both pulling, then it just flows right through, and you really get some wicked wicked current going on. So I don't know what the schedule looks like on either dam, but I know that they've been pulling on Pickwick consistently, like you said, right around 10 o'clock. They start cranking it up from 2 or 3 generators to 4, and that's really when you can start to see the current moving on the buoys.
Been brutal trying to get on anything. I guess there's like a club derby out here right now. So there's a bunch of teams sitting on a lot of juice.
Yeah, Austin's talking about it being crowded, and a lot of that result is from the mapping and the electronics being so good now. Anything that looks reasonably decent is going to be covered up, and they get fished for on a daily basis by the club tournament guys, by the recreational guys. So it's changing how you have to fish for them, because those fish still come to the same places, and it's just making it to where you have to be a little more sneaky, and you have to be there right when they're biting. You can't make them bite like you used to.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I think that the whole current timing part of that, somebody's yelling out there, is one of the secrets that if you could really just tap into it and knew exactly when, that you could just be dangerous, right?
Yeah, and it's weird because I've seen in my ledge experience, I've seen places that were morning places that were afternoon places. It's not like the whole lake doesn't turn on and off at the same time. A lot of it, specific spots are better afternoon or better morning, if all else is equal, if the current is all equal. So it's really fascinating, and that's one of the things you learn by fishing the same body of water over and over. You learn, hey, that's an afternoon spot, that's a morning spot. That don't matter on that spot. If you can get on it, then fish it.
Well, what do you think makes the difference, all things being equal, is why one place is good in the morning and another place is good in the evening?
Some of it...
It's not like those fish are on the morning. Hey, we're going to go over here and eat breakfast, but we're going to go up there and eat dinner.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Well, time to plunge into part 2, the second half of this semifinal Saturday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Again, to reset the scene for you, we got 47 anglers out there who have qualified to fish, well, at least half the weekend. They're fishing today for a shot at 10 spots on Championship Sunday. Brandon Lester started the day with the lead, only angler to have caught 20 pounds on both consecutive days, previous days, days 1 and 2. Cody Huff, big move up the leaderboard yesterday, and he is hanging in there. Holding serve, Jacob Foutz, a big move today. A huge 7 minutes spent at a catch fest that really put him in position as well. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukhan, and we are ready now for our Toyota Midday Report. See, let's start it out with Greg DePalma.
Yeah, it was a magical, dazzling morning on FS1 as far as fish catching goes, because it was like a different Pickwick Lake than we got to see the last 2 days. Greg DePalma, one bullet in his gun, pretty much has been throwing RoboWorm drop shot all week long, color Aaron's Morning Dawn, and doing something not a little bit, but actually a lot different than the rest of the anglers that we're covering in the top 10. Greg DePalma is targeting mostly stumps in, call it, 7 to 12 feet of water. And here's what I'm saying, Tommy, is he's throwing at about 12 different stumps all day long, at times making what he said 20 to 40 casts to each stump before he gets one to commit. Greg DePalma on day number 2, not catching a lot of bass. Not the case today. Very solid day for Greg DePalma.
14 pounds in the live well for Greg DePalma unofficially. Let's take it over to Brandon Polinick right now. We've been with Brandon each and every day of this tournament, Ronnie Moore, and he has caught him steady. That is for sure. Numbers have come every day.
Yeah, when it comes to the rest of the field, Brandon Polinick has caught the most quantity. He's mixed in some quality, but he's really been searching for that above-average fish. And today we saw him go through a bunch of white bass and ended up connecting with a 4-pounder after weeding through those.
Oh, there's number 1. Got him.
Head down to Bay Springs Lake.
There we go. There we
We
go.
heard
That's
that this
the
might
size
be a player in this tournament, somebody that had a solid event out of Bay Springs a while back. John Cox getting it done, not fishing
my gosh,
any
I got her.
deeper
I got
than
her.
4 feet of water, targeting bluegill beds with a Berkeley General. Very, very solid morning for John Cox, but the morning story really, for at least the first 20 minutes, Jacob Foutz getting it done on one spot. Grinding a Strike King 10XD, a little bit mixing in a Rapala DT16. Landed on them early, and they were the right ones.
Jacob Foutz definitely in this race, neck and neck with this Rookie of the Year race that is getting tighter and tighter and will persist until the end of the season, no doubt.
Yeah. One of the things about Jacob Foutz not concentrating on the main Tennessee River ledge, really fishing inside of that, little high spots in a major creek, a lot of fish funneling in and out of that creek, getting done spawning, backing it up with a 10-inch worm. And the real interesting thing is Jacob Foutz admitting he does not have a lot of experience on Pickwick, found all of these off-the-wall spots during practice earlier this week.
And just above the rookie, Jacob Foutz, another rookie, Cody Huff of Missouri, who has a lot of connections to the Tennessee River as well. Yeah. Cody Huff coming into his own this week. This was predicted by many people.
This is really the kind of the coming out party for him. I texted him and said, welcome to the Elite Series, because this is exactly how we expect him to start the year.
Brandon Lester, as we mentioned, the only angler to catch 20 pounds on each of days 1 and 2. He is super consistent and shows no signs of letting up.
Exactly. One small bar with a little hard spot on it, 4 to 10 feet of water, and that is where he's done, call it 90% of the damage all week long. To be in control of this event now, Brandon Lester, big morning. Only caught 1 or 2 on that Strike King 4.0, and then backing it up with the Nico rig worm, doing a lot of damage. And he sat on it for, fair to say, about 2 hours after leaving it. Really, he only needs 1 more day out of that little spot. Toyota Midday Report.
We're still kind of in the same area. There's still some groups of fish around, but we've definitely lost a lot of the bait. It's kind of slowed them down. I know there's big ones around here. I just said it all week. It's just a matter of getting those 6-pounders to bite instead of the 2.5. That's what we need right now, a 6. 6 will probably have us fishing tomorrow. That was pretty good looking right there. They're hard to see because they're close to the boat, so it's getting a little blown out. I've got my sensitivity up high so I can see way out there. It's starting to look a little sporty around these parts.
Brandon Polinick with the 21 pounds at 13 ounces on day number 1. Big drop off yesterday, 14-11. Now, just a few minutes ago, he did manage to put another one in the boat, so his catching continues.
When I saw him, my bait went through him. I don't think he's gonna help though. He might, I don't know. Oh, hey.
I don't remember what our smallest one is. Yeah, he got a cool tattoo. I love when they get those black spots. Gosh, he ate it really good. I don't know why. I've heard like crawfish or like different things, but you see it a lot on the Tennessee River.
A few minutes ago, back out live with Brandon.
Boy, and he's caught a lot of fish on that Tokyo rig, 3/4 ounce weight. BMC Tokyo rig. Believe it was called Ronnie was X-Zone Swammer.
Yep. X-Zone Swammer is also the smaller one, and then Mega Swammer. I'm not sure if he's throwing the biggest version of it.
Right. Did a Bass Pro Shops top lures on FS1. I was very surprised he gave that out because there are not many guys in this tournament doing that.
Wow.
That is not a bass. That is a cat daddy. That's a big old cat daddy, or I got something hooked in the side. Gosh. No, it's a catfish. I'm like, for a second I was like, oh no. Man, you just stay calm, bud. You just stay calm.
You don't need a Cody Huff 2.0 and stuff
going on. Oh, almost. You didn't listen very well. Let me get over you here. Do not touch my carpet, you slimy animal. Yeah. Hey, look at this. I don't know if you can see it. Someone broke him off. Someone else's hook. You're welcome.
You need to go back in the weigh-in archives and see who said, I lost a 10-pounder today. And then we know who broke that one off.
Oh, no! Oh, I missed it. I didn't even think about it. Trying to get out of it. Oh, this is your best way. You ball up the catfish slime, slingshot, engage. Yeah, when I set the hook, I thought, oh, thank you. And it went. And I said, no, thank you. It went. And I said, no, thank you. I don't want you, catfish. I gotta have another. Oh, that's coming up, isn't it? I don't know. I got something snagged. It's not fighting. I don't know what we got here. It could be a 12-inch white bass. I don't know. A log? Man, if I am not the species master.
We've been there, Tommy.
We got some petrified
We have
wood.
been there.
You did that on live. We watched you do that.
You did, didn't you?
All the way to the ultimate inspiration, huh?
I backed it up with a 6-pounder, Ronnie.
You
I did.
Yep. Hey, a 30-pound Michigan day, of largemouth ain't too bad.
Boy.
All the way to the boat.
Oh, no. Just realized, I'm glad I checked that. It wasn't someone else's hook. That was my hook. I'm like, wait a second.
All right, we're not going to log that one in, but back to Greg DePalma.
Dude, good one, man. Stay on, baby. That's a good one. Got you. Yes, sir. That'll help the cause. Big time. And I mean, it's gotta be a 3-pounder. All the other ones are, right? I think it's 3. Let's weigh it. Looks pretty good to me. It's probably good I ran back there. Dead stick my bait a little bit. About 330.
For the record, if you saw Bass Track and saw Greg DePalma at 15 and change earlier, he was at that mark because he had just guesstimated them. He sat down and weighed them all, and cameraman Jason Heathcote said, hey, he's got closer to 14, he said. He big-eyed some. But that one most definitely will call him closer to that 15 mark once again.
Started the day 10th, but he's moved up. 6th place right now.
I don't know if it's a bass or not. I know. Maybe just. Just. Oh yeah, it is. Yes, sir. Oh yes. It's a better one. A little better. I never fished this deep in the whole week. Just tried it and figured out. That's 3 pounder, isn't it? I said it's 3. Got almost 23-foot water. We've been down it since practice. Now I gotta get walking on. Was that short one? Yeah.
Well, if you didn't get to tune in to our FS1 broadcast earlier today, man, it's fair to say that the fishing this morning was twice as good. It was as good this morning as the last 2 days combined in the morning.
Yeah, yeah. Saw some incredible performances.
Yeah, that's what I needed. At least.
Murr's shooting for his second top 10 of the season. Started slow on St. John's, way down in the 80s, and a top 10 at Harris Chain, 9th place.
Yeah, he was in that Banana Cove region with about half the field.
Banana Cove.
Figured out how to rise to the occasion there compared to the rest who fell off.
Had a good, solid week at Lake Fork a couple of weeks ago. 15th place, I believe he was.
14th, yeah.
Got himself an Opens win this year, and a terrible Opens performance to go along with it at a later one, but just throw that one out, and he's really got the arrow going the right way.
And really, if you listen to him, we got to talk to him a lot after the weigh-in yesterday. He is dialed in. When you talk to him about just offshore, off-the-bank fishing, you could tell that's, you know, and Ronnie, I know you covered him a lot in the Opens. You could tell that's his wheelhouse.
Breaks.
Does not have a lot of experience here on Pickwick Lake, and has lived just by, he said, the whole key to his week, oversized baits. He has thrown, and we've seen obviously a lot of drop shot fish and Nico rigs throughout this tournament. He said, I'm doing none of that throughout this event. Everything I'm throwing is matching a gizzard shad.
Speaking of big baits, Chris Saldane, another 4-pounder today, 16.5 pounds, up to 6th place from 16th.
On that first waypoint.
Z, we talk about that and we try to figure out some of our new Japanese anglers and what skill set they bring to the Elite Series. What's their strong suit? And you don't want to just assume finesse presentations, because guys like Masayuki Matsushita, who love fishing offshore and big worms and power fishing like that, and Kenta Kimura is one of the guys leading the charge of that group that loves cranking. Absolutely loves throwing a big crankbait. Loves
he's
fishing
aggressive.
offshore. Yeah,
yes.
And I don't know if that's something he did differently at Lake Biwa, you know, like why he started to really make a name there compared to guys throwing those different jigs and techniques over there that they might use much more religiously.
That's interesting to think about that, because if you really look at Kenta Kimura and Taku Ito, boy, they are absolutely two totally different anglers when it comes to the way they fish. Humminbird bird's eye view with Austin Felix.
We bring up that stat. He's the only one of our top 10 right now out of it, Ronnie, who's fallen out of it. Everybody else started the day and then top 10 has moved in and out.
Why are you throwing a BZK in there under the radar, Sue?
BZK, I'm just saying, as soon as you do a step, the opposite thing happens.
Buzzkill. No, I didn't say he was
I know,
good at it. He
the
just
first
likes
day.
throwing a big crankbait, you know what I'm saying? No, it's okay.
If you kind of look at the weights, besides Brandon Lester, if you look at a lot of the weights, at least up at the top, way ahead of par from where they were yesterday. This time yesterday, Cody Huff was at about 10.5 pounds and still weighed in one of the biggest bags of the tournament.
And at this time yesterday, John Cox had 1 bass.
Yeah.
He said anything before 10 o'clock was a bonus. Well, he's got about 14 of his 16 pounds before 10 o'clock, so.
Oh, better turn around.
Austin Felix kind of went on a little steady catch and pace there earlier this morning. Was very pleased with that, but it's been pretty quiet for him for the last couple of hours. He's looking for the pulse to happen again, for everything to turn on in the lake. We're all looking for that, more or less right now, and we're pretty confident it will happen at some point this afternoon. There's always been a great catching period in the afternoon. Brandon Lester, though, hanging on to that lead he started the day with. Cody Huff, strong past couple of days here on Pickwick Lake. He's hoping to continue that. Jacob Foutz, John Cox, Brandon Polinick, our top 5. You got to be at the top 10. If you want to fish on for tomorrow, and we'll have more for you moments away.
Hey everybody, Brandon Lester here. Man, we're leading this thing after 2 days. Had another great day on the water. Had 20 pounds, a little over 20 pounds today. Like I said, got the lead going into day 3. You know, things are just going good out there. I've got a little spot that I'm starting on. It's kind of a shallow spot. I'm catching them on a big square bill crankbait, that one right there, and then I'm catching some on a jig as well. But then after that, you know, I made a couple of calls later on in the day today. So, you know, I'm looking forward to getting back out there tomorrow. You gotta take every day for what it is when you're ledge fishing. You gotta have a bunch of different baits tied on and be ready for anything. And when it's happening, you gotta make hay when the sun's shining, as the saying goes. But looking forward to getting back out there tomorrow. Hopefully we can catch them like that for another 2 days.
Brandon Lester, the top lure segment right there. 21-6 on day 1, 27 on day number 2. He is playing it just right, but he is far from out of the woods yet. I mean, he can be caught. Anyone can be caught out here. There's a lot of movement up and down that leaderboard, but hats off to Brandon Lester for making that place pay for 2.5 days at least.
Absolutely, and he really thought he could only get 2 days out of that one spot. He's got pretty much all of 2.5 to 3 days at least so far, and really looking at what you just said, nothing's a given here. If you look at your day 1 leaders, Matt Robertson and Jason Christie, it shows how hostile being in the lead and how quickly that can be taken away. Going to get back out of the water right now. Starting to make some moves, Kenta Kimura.
Tommy Z, I'll say that Brandon Lester has had over 20 pounds first 2 days. He's got to have 20 today because he has a 6-pounder. You do not want to waste that and have that be, you know, just under half your weight with one fish. If he can get 20 today with a 6-pounder, that helps tomorrow so much.
We're so consistent here, 17 pounds plus each day.
Nah, not big. It might help. Yes, sir. It's close to 3, 2 3/4. Yeah, let's say 2 3/4. All right, he's in the bigger fish side. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
pointed, hard swim bait in the morning, backed up with a big spoon on stumps, just like Austin Felix. I'm sorry, Greg DePalma in 7 to 10 feet of water, then backing it up with a jig later in the day.
Yeah, white, yeah, sure. Thanks. Almost messed up. Oh no.
Boy, Tommy, he does not mess with them when he hooks them. You notice?
No.
He's not.
He puts the winch on him.
Gonna play him down a little bit. Oh, now.
Brandon Polnick. Oh. Arithmetic going there.
Scale in line. He did not lie. He was close. He was real close. No cigar.
And Tommy, real quick to set up places 1 and 2 coming into today. Brandon Lester is now almost in the same area that Jacob Foutz was in early today when he went on that tear. And Cody Huff is in the area, well, pretty much the exact same spot where he did all of his damage late yesterday.
I would be okay if we skipped the 2 white bass and just went straight to the bass part. Yeah. It just can't be more than 2 white bass. It can be bass, 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 white bass, bass. Yeah. A little roll reversal.
You're just checking in for the first time in this Pickwick tournament right now. Brandon Polnick in 5th place.
Someone swing around it.
Fishing really solid here, but also on his mind, he and wife Tip are expecting their first child any moment now, as a matter of fact. So I don't know, could be a short time here. Could kind of change the complexion of this thing a bit.
I was told, the rumor is, Tommy, their due date's not for another week and a half. They just said it was Monday to make the drama. You know, we wanted another flit. No, I'm just kidding.
To fire it up.
Every single day, it's like you text the anglers to see how they're doing.
A few out there.
You text Tiff and say, baby and mama okay? And they're just hanging out. She had ice cream last night because he made a cut, the cut ice cream. She kept the tradition going from afar.
Starting to feel crankbait-ish to me.
So you're saying the whole thing was a media stunt, Ronnie, is what you're saying.
A gag.
Saying all news is good news for Brandon Polnick, so why not?
Yeah, great either way.
I thought you were going to say she's not even pregnant.
Oh, that's just.
I don't know where you're going.
Irresponsible.
Chris Saldane just called up to the 2nd biggest bag of the day. He's at 1710 on Bass Track.
Tommy, do you remember, while we have a little lull in the action, do you remember what the one tournament that I missed where we said that we had a child, Harrison Zona?
And then you backed it up with a photo of another child.
Backed it up with a photo of Karen pregnant, then with another child. And do you know how many people still
How's your
there was
third
like
kid?
a photo of the Lindbergh baby or something. I don't know.
Wow, Zona's a jerk. He only favors Hunter and Jacob, never talks about Harrison.
I'd forgotten about that.
Messed up.
Yeah.
Well, Tommy's reconstruction surgery is still a popular topic as well.
Yeah, still
somebody asked if that was real.
Ongoing.
Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Tony Romo.
Man, Tommy's looking pretty rough in that photo. Yeah.
It's worse now, believe me. Cody Huff, stand out at Bethel University.
We've done
probably the most prominent college program through the years on balance.
Yeah.
And interesting that Cody Huff said that he has spent 5 to 7 times a summer here about the last half dozen years.
That's how many college events we have every year here.
Right, exactly.
June and July. By the way, there was one Tommy Sanders who said that Bethel was the most prominent college program. For all the moms and dads who are going to text it, it was not a...
I'm just repeating what you tell me, Ronnie. I don't have any prejudices myself.
Did Tristan,
yeah, we've had
didn't they
three...
break the tie of the classic qualifiers
We've had
from the college circuit.
Three classic qualifiers from Bethel University: Tristan McCormick, Cody Huff, John Garrett. We have 2 in the Elite Series now: KJ Queen and Cody Huff. John Garrett missed it by a tiebreaker last year with Joseph Webster.
John will be here. John will be here.
Yeah. Pretty sharp.
He texted me after he did a fantastic job stepping in and doing the midday reports.
Did do a
Davey.
great job. Yeah.
He texted me and said, if I can get my act together in the Northerns and stay strong, I won't have to be on a headset with Davey next year for an event. Maybe we could be on the water. And so I said that would be great.
Thing. Now wait a minute.
I did ask Davey to check on John and see if he learned how to count to 5, since he had a major culling infraction that cost him an opens win.
You're just a mean guy that way.
Well, just want to make sure before he gets to the elites and it costs him more, you know.
Yeah.
How about this local? Justin Atkins just knocked Brian Schmidt out of the top 10.
Uh-oh.
He's 10th place with 16 pounds today.
That's awesome.
48.6 total. Bunch of 3-pounders and 1 4-pounder, Justin Atkins. Come from 22nd place.
Good to see that. Justin Atkins making the big turnaround in this tournament. Needed it so badly, so badly.
Let's make a move.
Well, Schmidt is still on 3 fish.
One more cast.
Those 12 points will move him up 2 or 3 more spots in Angler of the Year, which every single spot will help him in his path to try to requalify. And while we're kind of on that topic, you have your average, 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, depending on how many years you've been on the Elite Series. But since 2019, we do it from that, since kind of that's when everything changed for field sizes and different things like that. So you have to do your career average, and if you've been on the Elites for longer than 5 years, you get to drop your worst year, and you kind of take it from 2019 on. Well, some of these guys who come in and only have 2 years to their credit, their rookie season's kind of, you get a pass, but not really, because it gets held against you 1 year later if your performance wasn't good. So with Atkins finishing 68th last year in the points race, and the average for the cut line this year being around 50 to 52 for your career average, he's got to be in the 30s this year, depending on if it's 33 or 36 or 39, something like that. But he's got to be up in that classic cut line to still try to make it.
With his 10th place right now, he is 84th in the AOI standings, Ronnie. So that's a lot of climbing. He said he was fighting for his elite life, though.
He said he'd love to get a top 5 at the rest of the events, and he has to basically get a top 5 in every event if it didn't change. But if that number comes down slightly and it's more of a mid-50s average to requalify, that's just, he could get in the 40s or he can get a top 10 and not win.
All right, let's go.
It's close to winning at St. Lawrence last year.
Yep.
I just need one big one.
It was a big surprise. We talked about it late yesterday afternoon. Keith Combs, having a big first day, and in 2 tournaments, he was a fantasy buster for not for me to pretend I know anything about fantasy. I don't. But catching 0 yesterday, I think stunned all of us.
Got a couple bites right away, but they're not loaded here yet. Still not much water moving. So we're just going to keep bouncing around and keep coming back and checking it here and there and seeing if they show up.
Z, Combs went from 8th to 77th, from day 1 to day 2, 8th to 77th. And I believe at Fork it was 20th to 59th. So that's over 100 points lost from day 1 to day 2 over the last 2
Big
events.
surprise in AOI standings from 84th to 86. Iaconelli Kyle Welcher and Keith Combs. Hank Cherry is 80th.
Big week on Pickwick. Big week anytime the Elite Series comes to town. We've got some great activity. There's Gene Gilliland, who's the Director of Conservation for Bassmaster, supervisor. Hey, look at all the trash getting picked up. I assume that's down at the dam, the Pickwick Dam State Park. Good activity, and everybody kind of pitching in there. Big week at Pickwick. And a big day today. You got to be in the top 10 today, and these guys will keep striving. Our 47 will return to that momentarily.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Pushing on into the afternoon here in just a few minutes on Pickwick Lake here, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. 47 anglers to reset the scene for you out there, having qualified from the first 2 days of fishing and trying to qualify for the 10 on the final day. Lester, Huff, Foutz, and Cox all within 5 pounds of one another. The top 4 on the top of the leaderboard there. Brandon Palnick, Saldane, De Palma, Kimura, Ito, and Atkins. And of course, the big story, the guys who are just under that mark, a couple from the top 10 to start this day, have fallen into that category. TH Marine Weather Watch right there. Yeah, for tomorrow. Good stuff, just like today. Cool night.
Big doings.
Yeah, big
Pretty much the same day tomorrow. I was, Tommy, I'm not going to lie, looking at that TH Marine Weather Watch, I was thinking we need to get back into some Cornelius Pickwick Striker Daily Trivia here in a little bit.
Well,
good job digging that up, my friend.
Yeah, that was strong. Greg DePalma, who I very much regret misidentifying this morning on our broadcast.
You've been harping on that, Tommy. It's okay.
Tommy, listen, I apologize because when you scream out Brian De Palma, you know I like very dark movies. He actually had one of the best success story movies, Scarface, with Antonio Montana.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, hard work, and nose to the grindstone will get you somewhere, especially with the nose.
Say hello to
the
my
world
little
is yours.
Someone else's nose.
Carrie. What's that horrible movie with John Travolta? Blowout? Yeah.
Stay on, baby.
But this is Greg DePalma. Different story.
I'm going to do something. I get a bite.
A hard worker
You're
yourself.
like a pig that don't fly straight.
Still a surgeon in this one.
Tommy, I started throwing out John Carpenter movies this morning when you said Brian De Palma.
Yeah,
I
same
threw out
category.
Halloween. Yes, I threw out Halloween and Escape from New York.
Escape from New York, right. Snake Plissken.
Absolutely.
I don't know what that is. 2 something. 2.5 maybe. It's definitely bigger than the other one. Where's the white one at? Oh yeah, it's way bigger. That might be the smallest one.
Greg DePalma keeping it going all day long.
Cody Huff hooking himself early. It was very interesting, actually, to get a close-up of that spoon. How many treble hooks, saltwater-sized treble hooks he had hanging off that thing.
Ryan and I were just discussing that. We got a close-up look at the photo. There's 3 treble, 9 sharp, pointy ends on that sucker.
Yeah. Braid trick worked. Glad it did. We've seen it not work on our show before.
Tommy, it worked, but there was a false pull.
Yeah, there was one misfire. Yeah.
Z, you been hooked bad before?
Yes. I had a few smallmouth get me. I once safety pinned myself. No joke. I had a fish come off, and I was alone. I had a fish come off on a crankbait, and it flew back, and it hit my leg and I bent over and it caught my stomach and I was safety. I was about 18 years old and I had no pliers in the boat. It's not good.
So you look like a folding chair out there on the water.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah. I had a guy come up in the John boat. He looked at me, he said, well, I can't say the exact word. What are you doing, boy?
He had pliers, right?
He did. He was fairly entertained. And I did not do, it was before braid, so I didn't do the braid trick. I did the plier trick.
There's Let him spoon. Yank. One good
Plier
yank.
trick, yeah. A lot more blood.
Lot. But living on the lake shore, I'm not lying. Like that place over at Bull Shoals, we have a wall of pain here.
Do you?
At the house of hooks that I've taken out of neighbors throughout the decades, and it is there's a lot of one person has about 10 of them on that wall.
Name is not Lucky, is it?
No, Hunter's taking some wounds though, I can tell you that.
Uh-oh.
Humminbird bird's eye view, Brian Schmidt.
For a second
Go
there,
ahead.
Z, before we realized this was a bird's eye view of the drone, I thought it was a very, very small buoy on the main river, and we were in a boat-to-boat shot. I don't know if you saw that or not.
You got a perception problem
Yeah,
right
I had
there.
a perception.
Here we go.
Yeah,
We're flying now.
Inception problem.
Keeper. Bleeding.
Been 2.5 hours since his last keeper.
Bleeding pretty good.
Yeah, he's bleeding bad.
It's like a 2.5 pounder.
One more bite.
Boom, baby.
That's 4.
What a mess that fish made.
Fish number 4. He'll need another one if he wants to fish tomorrow.
Absolutely.
At the minimum, he needs.
Yeah, he started day 4th.
One
That
more.
should get him back in our top 8, maybe inside there.
Beautiful. Big hats off to Saldane, quietly sneaking around all week. Sitting in 6th right now. Not out of this thing.
He's been one who was vocal about having to share spots with a bunch of other anglers and how.
He likes it.
Yeah, but then how today he expected to have it open up a little bit more as Lester's hooked up. That's awesome.
And Z Saldane just called with a 4-pounder, biggest bag of the day, 19 pounds, even 5th place.
Wow.
Definitely
good
22
timing right
then.
there.
Definitely 22 pounds.
That'll help.
But if Lester goes over 20 today, and he is headed there.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fat one.
That one will help indeed, big time.
He is going to be hard to stop tomorrow if he goes over 23 days in a row.
Put that on the big side.
What's it going to take to fish tomorrow? What's our 10th place person going to need? It's about 17 and a half a day so far.
That's what it looking like.
Well, that's what the Palma was, 35 even. Starting today.
Back over to Austin Felix. Having a dry spell
starting
of late.
Bite again.
Whatever it is. Oh, I got a foul hooked. Chill out. I don't think he's gonna help. That's not how you want him to eat it. Ow.
He's got 3 2-pounders. It's got to be.
Double check. It's gotta be over 2 pounds. Oh shoot, he does help.
Does indeed help.
Get some ounces out of that for sure. Back to Brandon Lester.
Felix needs a couple pounds to stay in the top 10 or get back in there. Fish tomorrow.
And it's obvious. He doesn't only have that one spot. He made some late day culls yesterday, now until weigh-in.
Z, you were looking at Christie and Robertson, who both had 22 pounds on day one. They had about half of that on day two, and Christie's only got 4 for 6 pounds today. He's down to 27. That's very surprising.
Oh, gosh. Might be her right there, dude. That ain't that big. Felt big, but I'll have to check it though.
Yeah, I agree with that, Stooch. That, man, Robert said, look, Robert said even when he's not catching him, he's confident that he's on him. But, you know, Christie made the comment, he only had 5 big bites on day one, but he basically quit fishing at 9 o'clock. Yesterday, very, very painful being in Jason's boat. And I don't know, I just heard Jason say maybe I got in a bad rotation. Definitely right. Robertson made that comment, not catching a limit yesterday.
I mean, Robertson caught a nice one early, or an hour or so ago, 312, and he's up to 3 fish. But
No. Okay. Up there. Here we go. I got it. Ooh, kiss. Okay, kiss. And I need okay. I found a shot ball. Okay. Oh yes, so fish cruising and chasing the shot ball, and I got it. 1, 2, 3, maybe 3.
Taku Ito getting across a bait ball there and following that to a keeper put in the boat. Taku standing in 10th place right now, right behind Kenta Kimura. Brian Schmidt, we just saw him fish his way back into the top 10, but he will definitely need some more before the day is done. Greg DePalma catching them steady. All of these guys waiting on a big one. 6-pounder could change the day for any one of these guys. We'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
So great to be able to bring you all this live coverage today. 7 hours of it. We're going to take you up to within. Oh, look at that Whataburger, the biggest Whataburger in Tennessee right there, painted on the side of that truck.
Number 5 would go a long ways right now. Bacon cheeseburger.
Oh, boy.
Whataburger, number 5.
You like that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Our men go to unlock the lake. Let's just take a look at this incredible place. I mean, it is part of the legend and lore of bass fishing for sure.
Absolutely. Tommy Sanders looking at the lower end right there of Pickwick Dam, Minn Kota unlock the lake. As our friend Anthony Clayton in the production trailer say, we're going to do it with some drones. Don't usually do that. We're not going to give away exact areas. I know a lot of the locals that have watched the broadcast this week and this Minn Kota unlock the lake know exactly where these anglers are fishing. Like that's a dead giveaway of Coker's Island right there. But really this entire tournament has been dominated from 7 Mile Island down towards the Pickwick Dam in about a 25-mile stretch. That's your Minn Kota unlock the lake from drones.
Skeeter boat, big fish alert. David Mullins, 5 pound 4 ounce. He's jumped from the 40s to the 20s. It's going to help in his AOI points because he's, you know, in the hunt there.
To keep pace.
He's 4th place. AOI.
About a 4-pounder. That's the first fish I've lost all week. So,
ooh.
I mean, it's just part of the game. I was trying to get that fish in as quick as I could and get back in there. It's very important when you fire a school up like that. You need to keep a bait in there as much as you can. She came off, but it's all good. We'll move on. But it's going pretty good. We got a solid bag, not as much as we've had the past 2 days, I don't think, but got a solid bag. I'd like to, there's one right there. Might help. Come here. That'll definitely help. Oh, these fish are strong. That's a nice one.
2 fish weighing 2.6 on his Bass Track.
What she weighs, that's got to be a 4-pounder.
He does not have anything that's 2.6.
He's got 2 listed on Bass Track.
Yep.
Right.
So he's over 20 with this.
It'll give us probably another pound, I'd say, so that's a dang good call.
He'll basically have a 6, a couple 3s, and a 4 now.
Yeah. That is strong. Dave Mercer.
Absolutely.
Helped us out with some terrific coverage there on site earlier. And Dave, Brandon Lester, can he be stopped? That's my first question to you. Is that going to be possible for anyone to keep pace with the man from Tennessee?
It's looking tough right now, guys, but and who would want Brandon Lester to be stopped? I mean, to be honest, he is, when we talk about guys who are due for a win, which is one of the most overused things, but Brandon Lester, if you look at his record, not just in the Elite Series, but you look at the Elite Series and the Bassmaster Opens, he has honestly, you know, had one of the most incredible records over the last 4 or 5 years and has been so close to victories. I mean, literally moments ago, we were just talking about it on St. Lawrence River. He literally had the victory in his hand, many believe. So he's been so close before. I mean, most of the bass fishing community would love to see him take this title this week around, but there's some guys on the water that probably have a thing or two to say about that. But as we learn time after time, as soon as you think it's yours, things change, but man, it looks like Brandon Lester has, with the morning that he had, if he can keep that going, I mean, he will become an Elite Series champion, and we will find out that all of that pressure that he talked about that was relieved by winning the Open and qualifying for the Classic, man, it paid off with the victory here, but still a lot of fishing ahead. But guys, we got a party starting here. I mean, you see right behind me, we've got a trash pickup. The folks from Avco and Yamaha Right Waters do this at most of our events. And a bunch of locals showed up here, including Bill Danson. How awesome was that? And they're going to have a trash weigh-in. You see our Conservation Director, Gene Gilland, right in the middle there. They're going to have a weigh-in. And basically the whole initiative is to make the places that we go even better when we leave, and that's honestly what they do. I think at the last event they collected 13,000 pounds of trash from the banks and everything, and the amount of local support is pretty amazing. And we got Whataburger here. I mean, what's better than that? And hey, look at this. Come here. Bass fishing's better when you have this. Puppies. I hope this is not. What is this puppy's name?
His name is Honey.
So
Honey,
much.
how are you, Honey?
Yes,
Well, look
he's
at
12
you.
weeks and loving it.
12 weeks old.
Good
This
boy.
is Honey's first Bassmaster event.
It is. Yes, sir, it is, and we love it.
Is this your first Bassmaster event?
This is my first one ever, and I'm glad it's on Pickwick. I'm glad to be here. It just all around just loving the experience.
Do you believe Brandon Lester will win this tournament?
I believe that right now he is the favorite to win it all. Yes, sir.
Do you know what my favorite is? My favorite's Honey right here. Look at, get a gun.
Yeah,
Look
Honey's
at
a good, Honey's a good girl. Yeah, kisses.
Honey is a good girl. Yes. All right, Honey. Well, enjoy the tournament. Sorry, I just saw a puppy. I got distracted. Squirrel.
Dave, real quick, notice Gene Gillian is banging the tournament jersey as always, and heard that you welcome back number one, Dave. Chris Bowes taking your place days 1 and 2 on the weigh-in stage. A little bit of rumor that you guys are gonna dual MC today. You're gonna do it together on the stage, or no?
I didn't want to get into it, Z, but really what happened the last few days, I've been holding out, really. I tried to, a lot of football players, they don't show up to camp, and they hold out. And I figured if I don't show up here for a couple of days, I'll get everything. Well, they just didn't return my call, so I figured I might as well show up. But yeah, no, Chris Bowes has done a great job, and if Chris Bowes wants to do an MC duel on stage, I would love to do that with Chris Bowes. I mean, I think
throw
it would
down.
be
Yeah.
a lot of fun and a lot of sweat. A lot of sweat.
Real quick, Dave, you were talking about Brandon Lester and due for a win, and we've talked about that a whole bunch on Bassmaster Live. The other thing about Brandon Lester, I've been able to spend time with him on the water. He is one of those anglers throughout his entire career. We call him a veteran. He's still young. He's still 35 years old, but he's one of those, look, all anglers talk trash. You know that. But he is one of those guys that everybody thinks the highest of him. An impeccable reputation on the water, does his deal, and does it the right way.
He really does. I mean, which is saying a lot. I mean, literally, when you hang out with a group of anglers that compete against each other, I mean, they get into beefs at times and things like that, but there is literally nobody that I've ever heard say anything bad about him. And you try to get him to trash talk people, and I will try on stage today to get him to a little edge, a little edge or something. But you'll have a hard time getting him to say a bad word about anyone. And man, he is a stereotypical version of somebody who we've seen his career evolve. When he first came to the Elite Series, he was a guy who, would make the Classic a year, then miss it and make it. And he has gotten so consistent, and not just here. I mean, if he wins here, sure, he's from Tennessee, and people are going to say, well, he won in his home state. Man, he is something to be looked at everywhere we go. I mean, obviously, like I said, St. Lawrence River, where we're going next, he almost won there a few years ago. So he is a very complete package. All he's missing is a little trash talking. So I'll see if I can, juice him up on some Whataburger or something and get him a little greasy.
Yeah, get him fired up. Dave, thank you so much.
Lathered up.
Very much enjoyed your conversation with Bill Dance today. That is nice too. They're going to spend a good chunk of change on Tennessee bass fishing, and that is great news for everybody. Good stuff today. All day long from Pickwick Lake.
Dripping lava.
Yes, absolutely.
That's right. Syrup is hot, boy. I mean, that is a fierce finesse hook set right there. Want to replay that?
Feel light. Yeah, that was a combination hook set and broad jump.
Absolutely. Oh, now.
Yes, sir.
Boom, baby. Number 5. That's a toe, too.
Woo! Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Put it up right there. Dude, come on. Number 5. I bet that feels good. That's like a 2.5 pounder, 3 pounder. What do you think?
2.8.
Did he just stare his cameraman down, Tommy? He did, didn't he?
I think he did.
If you go back to that, he stared his cameraman down. I want to talk about that hook set, though.
the whole package.
Yeah.
Put him in as a
crack
2.5.
you with a leather whip, boy.
That out.
That is
wow.
That is a fierce drop shot hook set with a leather whip.
I would say Brian Schmidt's one of the underestimators. He is one of the major bass truck underestimators.
Is he really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say this: my first experience with Brian Schmidt covering tournaments was at Champlain, which is a place that he is the favorite. Almost every tournament you're going to enter there if he's in the tournament. He would not tell me even the general vicinity of where he was for us to find him to take photos of him when he was leading the Open there one fall. We had to follow him from takeoff to finally find out where his spot was, and we lost him on the second run of the day.
Okay, well, that's interesting,
I
Ronnie.
approached it to
Taking a
him
look
about
at
that. You know, when we became friends, I said, you know what? I didn't like you early on in your career.
You'll find this interesting. We obviously have a tracker. We know where every angler is, and I try to make the conversations when we do our interviews after the weigh-in short. I don't want to waste a lot of their time. I said, Brian, I got some pretty good idea where you're at. You were in through the years. I said, hey, I don't want to take a lot of your time. I kind of know the general vicinity where you're at. Can you just walk me through any information
there really
we can pass
wasn't
on
much
to the
happening
Bassmaster
there.
Live viewers? He said, what do you mean you know where I'm at?
Where are you?
Like just no bass marks, nothing. And, I'm using this
good guy.
Garmin
Good guy,
live
fun to
scope,
cover. Who has done
exclusively, so I know I'm
a
throwing
lot
fish,
in this tournament
and
with
for
a little
whatever
bit.
reason, they're not set up. So we bounced around a little bit and finally got on some fish here. We did catch a really good one here this morning, and we've caught three other fish, and there is some fish right here right now. We're just gonna grind as hard as we can. Try our best to just stay around fish, man. It's a Saturday. I don't know what is going to be open if I start running around like a crazy guy, because there's other people going to fishing, because it's a beautiful Saturday. So there is some fish where we're at, and we got it to ourselves. So we'll see. We'll try our best to maximize what we can get here, and then we're probably going to have to run back up to our sweet spot late with the hopes that either some current started moving or some wind current or something, and maybe get lucky and get a big bite.
Brian Schmidt, known to be a monster anywhere where there's vegetation and current. Think Champlain, think Potomac, places like that. And obviously current's always a big part of the story here. And
he's doing well. He's one of the Mississippi River as well, our last stop of the season. We'll see if he
that's right, yeah.
He's done that in other professional leagues as well. And Schmidt's one that we've talked about it with Atkins, with Schmidt. He has started his first 3 seasons on the Elite Series. The first half of each season has been slow for Brian Schmidt. He made the top 10 at the Harris Chain, but overall, a slow beginning part of the season always makes hay the last 5 or 6 events of the season. or the last, I guess, 4 to 5, depending on what you consider half.
Again, and you say this about a lot of our anglers, because it's true of a lot of our anglers, Ronnie, the big question mark is Lake Oahe. Who is going to prosper there and who is not going to prosper there? You got to think Polnick going to do good there. He comes up, he grew up not that far.
The guys who obviously fished there in 2018, which is a smaller percentage of our field, will definitely have some kind of an advantage because they've seen the place. But with us announcing the schedule last year around the summer when we were on our northern swing, a couple guys that had never been there did go and visit there to pre-fish. So they'll get more of an, an idea of it. But I would expect Cody Huff to do well. I would expect some of those guys that you see at the, the Champlains and the St. Lawrences, I'd expect those to do well. And that's not just an easy, low ball answer, but Oahe will definitely be interesting. And Clifford Perch, watch for him as well.
Jacob Foutz waiting him out here. I've been put in some great work already today. Shaped up his standing in the Rookie of the Year standings, that is for sure. How about some Striker Daily Trivia? We've been lacking that today. We've been wanting that. Last year's Day 1 leader, Kobe Krieger, missed the top 10 cut by how much compared to Day 1? Was it 1 ounce, 2 ounces, 8 ounces, or 11 ounces? Remember, he knocked out 25 pounds on Day 1 up there in the tail race of the Wilson Dam.
He finished
so
11th.
How much, think about it, how many ounces did he miss it on?
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
2.5 hours left for the majority of our anglers in the field today, minus travel time. Everybody's getting out on the water. It's a beautiful day.
Matt Robertson?
No, not yet. Not yet. No, not at all. As a matter of fact, lots of activity here. Big commercial waterway as well as the Tennessee River. You can see that barge going upstream there toward Kentucky Lake, out to the Ohio and thus the Mississippi. Let's take a look at our Striker Daily Trivia. Last year's Day 1 leader, Kobe Krieger. You remember the scene there. The floodgates open on the Wilson Dam, the water crashing through that little island there, inundating that little island of rock and trees, and Kobe in there just really knocking him out 25 plus on Day 1. But he missed the top 10 cut. By how much compared to Day 1? Was it 1 ounce, 2 ounces, 8 ounces, or 11 ounces?
So not only do you have to know what the Day 1 top 10 cut was, but now you have to know how much the difference is.
I'm not sure I understand that either.
I'm just going to say 1 ounce because it was that close, I think.
Z?
I'm going to agree with, I think Ronnie's right. I think it's 1 ounces.
I'll go the other end. I'll go the 11. See what happens here. See what we can do.
See what we can do.
No, none of us are right.
No.
Steve Kennedy, Buddy Gross were tied at 63-15, and Kobe was 8 ounces back of them.
Nice.
I think you mentioned it live. He just missed it by that much.
Well, that was
missed it by that
back
much.
in Nam. That's like a year ago.
Like a year ago.
Brandon Lester listed at 19 pounds and 9 ounces. He's well over 20, you got to think right now, by a few ounces, but on track for 80 pounds. I think that was kind of the top end. A lot of people's guesses of what would win this tournament.
This will make a couple
people
people
I'm gonna run
perk
around
up.
since I found that new school on that new spot. Run around and check a bunch of stuff that hadn't had fish on it. Anything fresh I can run across for tomorrow is just more ammo that I'll have tomorrow, because I got a feeling it's going to get pretty tough on my little starting spot in the morning. I could be wrong. I hope I am, but can never have too many fish, so we're going to run around and fish some stuff that I hadn't caught them on yet. Ledge fishing's almost sort of like sight fishing in a way. You got to go back through a lot of areas each day and see if a new school's pulled up. Fishing pressure moves these fish around. Different current flows move these fish around. So we'll just pretty much do some practicing the rest of the day, and if we run across another big one, we'll catch it.
Z, if you look at Bass Track, you see around 7th place is around 51 to 52 pounds. I got a little update from the water that says somebody outside the top 10 has right around that mark, and that would be one Justin Atkins.
Wow.
Reportedly has close to 21 pounds right now.
Wow.
So give him an extra 5 pounds on his Bass Track. He'd move from 11th into around that 6th to 7th place portion. And right now, securely in the top 10, but 51 may end up being what 10th is. You know, you might need to make one more call.
17 and a half a day gives you 52 and a half.
51, yeah, change.
That's pretty low then.
Yeah.
4 3-pounders, 140 exactly. 30, 30, 30.
Kyle Jesse
talked to him.
Told Atkins how low it was.
Oh.
Gave him a little. Hey man, that's a little low. So we'll try to get that. We'll try to get that closer to normal. I said I need to know how big his biggest is and how small his smallest is, and kind of know if they're all in that range or not.
One of the other locals, Joseph Webster. Good day today, 16 pounds, up to 14th. He started 29th, and Atkins started 22nd. Webster's even climbed a couple spots in the Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race. He's our leader.
Say Jacob Foutz? Joseph
No, Webster's. Foutz should be second.
Right now I'm just throwing just a 10.5 inch Zoom Old Monster. Typical Tennessee River red bug. I mean, that's summertime staple in the South, especially on the Tennessee River. They've liked it today. I've caught way more on it today than I have all week. This and a 10XD has kind of been my 1-2 punch. What I've caught 98% of my fish on. I think I weighed a couple yesterday on a DT16, but I've just been catching bigger ones on a 10XD, so I've kind of put the DT16 down, and I'm gonna stick with that 10XD the rest of the day in this worm and see what happens. I'm not really trying to catch any more off this hole. I'm just kind of guarding it until I decide to start heading back towards weigh-in. There's not near as many fish here as there was this morning, but I feel like if I can get them myself off of as possible, it gives me a better shot at having a shot at winning tomorrow. So burn it to the ground tomorrow. So trying to save as much as I can. Just playing a little defense right now. I think the saying is defense wins championships, so maybe it'll work out in fishing too.
Jacob Foutz with 18.2 estimated, feeling pretty confident about his prospects for tomorrow, or at least the fact that he'll be fishing for sure.
Going with third place, he started this week 44th in Angler of the Year outside the Classic. That third place right now has him about 30th. You got to come away from a tournament like that feeling really good. There's, Cody Huff is getting within Classic bubble range. Some nice moves being made this week.
Such, other than the 84th for Foutz,
man,
him and Huff have very, very, very similar records where no finish is really worse than 60th all year, no finish is better than 30th all year, just really strong. The only difference is Foutz getting third at Chickamauga. Cody hadn't had that. Now Cody's finally getting his top 10 chance.
So you see Jacob Foutz right now pretty much just like Brandon Lester on autopilot. Again, one of the main stories today is Saldane also, like
Hopefully
Atkins,
whack
getting
an
back
old
in the
big one
mix.
real quick. We need him pretty bad. You know, today has been, I feel like pretty much your typical Saturday on the Tennessee River type of deal. There's not been a lot of current. A lot of good places are covered up with people. But we've got lucky and we had one good flurry earlier where we caught a few nice ones on a spoon and one on a big plug. So we're back in that same spot right now, just trying to upgrade a little bit. We've got 2 little ones still left in there that we need rid of. This is a dang good place to do it, and I think they're starting to roll a little current, so we're going to kind of bounce around to a few places and see if we can't find a school that's ready to go. Right now I'm just dragging this drop shot with this little missile drop shot worm on it, just slow as I can drag it right through them. The leg's all good. Thank goodness. Huh? It don't look pretty, but we got a little meat hanging out. But it's all good. It'll be even better if we catch an old big one. They were biting good enough when it happened, I forgot about it pretty quick.
Z, you carry a little first aid kit, put a little hydrogen peroxide on that wound?
Cause Mr.
What's
Bill
that, Such?
Would you treat that a little bit, put a little hydrogen peroxide on that wound? Don't get any infection, clean it up a little bit.
I've got a lot bigger worries than a hook in the leg.
Feel bad if I had to be the guy to make Bill Dance pass out.
I can tell you a lot of the Elite Series pros do not want to go to Bull Shoals while Cody Huff's on the Elite Series. He's been doing some
After this cast, we're going to show him the
magical, what he's unlocked there with the use of live scope and stuff, the amount of weights that it takes to win tournament. He went to Lake Fork, could not catch a 25-pound bag, drove through the night to fish a tournament with a buddy Saturday morning at Bull Shoals, caught 25 pounds and won. And they said, every week, they probably are going to schedule a big tournament at Bull Shoals when they have an elite event because Cody won't be there. But he does some major work.
That's right. He lives in Ava. That's his home lake, right? Yeah.
Him and Clun and Ava. A town of like 400 has two elite
stars,
pros. Yeah, exactly.
Home to what, 32 classic qualifiers? 33. Okay.
He should help. Nope. I got you. Oh, muscle back, huh? Oh, muscle back. Oh, Hunter, gotcha. Golly. All right. VMC for the win, huh? Yep. He liked that. I don't know what that was.
I like it all.
I may not be the smartest man, but I do believe that's a coal. Oh, it's a great coal. No.
3.5 pounder.
so close. What number was that? Number 3. We're so close to making the cut. Dang it. Yeah, look at that call, huh? How about that, Sego? Nice in there. It's like a spa. Okay. Thanks. Should have 17. Close to it, close to 17. We're like one more bite like that away from possibly making Sunday.
Three and a half pounders, a good deal on Pickwick Lake this week.
That might be the first Carolina rig fish that I've caught.
Gives Brandon Polinick a smile for sure. Improving his prospects for fishing tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Speaking of Polinick, he is the leader in our Progressive Angler of the Year. Points race right there. A tremendous season yet again. Former Angler of the Year in 2017. Worst finish this year, 26th place, and everything else top 20 for Brandon Polinick. That's how you put it together.
And fair to say, we've talked about it all week long. If he did have to leave this tournament, he has absolutely done his job.
No doubt about it. We'll stay on top of Polinick and all the other stories we have going here with an hour and a half left to go in our broadcast.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Our 47 anglers getting into their last 2 hours of fishing here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. This is the 6th stop of the year. We got 9 events all year long on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just wraps up the swing in the southern part of the United States, and they will head north, but we're a long way from that. We got plenty more to settle out there on the Tennessee River. Speaking of the Tennessee River and this noted impoundment, Pickwick, let's go for our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Why don't we do that, Tommy Sanders? Looking at this Humminbird Unlock the Lake, taking a look at your top 12, or top 10 on the leaderboard right now. And really, it's been from, like we said, really around 7 Mile Island down towards the dam, all pretty much main river oriented. And really the one person that has proven he is going to be a headache in a big way on Championship Sunday, Cody Huff, way ahead of schedule. Yesterday is when Cody Huff did most of his damage. Now, like you said, Tommy Sanders, the last 2 hours, well, that's when Cody Huff did his damage already with a solid limit in the live well. Humminbird Unlock the Lake, always doing damage. Business.
Stay on there, baby. Oh my God, what a giant. Stay on there, fish. Yes! Yes! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Freaking giant! Yes! Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Whew. That is the one we needed, man. Freaking biggin'. I ain't caught one of them all week.
Looked like you set the hook in
Oh, dude, he killed it. That old Dixie jet was falling. It felt like you was throwing soft toss to Babe Ruth, man. Dong.
Tell me about that bait.
So this right here is the Dixie Jet Talon. And this thing, it's a little bit different than your normal spoon. I'll show you if I can ever get it out of him.
Hit your leg.
Yeah. What's one more time for the day here? Golly. Tell me those VMCs don't get them. Oh my God, what a giant. Stay on there, fish. I don't even know how he got that. He was not coming off. Not today. Not tomorrow.
I definitely want to get a look at that spoon.
Look at that thing.
Well, Tommy Sanders, fair to say, you know what? It's easy to just stand down in this one. Power pole replay of the day. Cody Huff with a giant back in the ball game.
Oh my God, what a giant. Stay on there, fish. Yes! Yes! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Freaking giant! Yes! Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Absolutely awesome fish catch right there. And here's the deal with those spoons. There are so many of our viewers right now that fish the Tennessee River.
Oh,
the great
man.
thing,
I should have been in the gym a lot more last week.
the great thing about a spoon is it gets bit, but you miss a lot, you lose a lot. That chunk of steel he's throwing is a mousetrap. How many hooks are coming off that thing?
5-pounder cut his deficit to Brandon Lester in half. Less than
That was a 5-pounder.
Cody Huff had his first big, very top-level experience on the Tennessee River back in 2020. Qualified in 2019 through the Strike King College Bassmaster with the bracket championship and fished in Lake Guntersville. There, finished dead center, middle of the pack.
Excuse me, Tommy. I think he's made. I think he fished two different brackets. One of them, the one that he won.
19.
I believe he got third in the actual championship to qualify for it. But then the year he won the championship and made the bracket, he came up short and did not win the bracket. That was very rarely do we ever see a champion of the national championship also win the bracket. Jacob Foutz, one of the few to ever do that.
Austin Felix trying to get something going here.
There's one. They don't. Good one. Yes, sir. That's what we need. A couple more of them and we might just make it.
yellow and black. Three and a half.
Hey, back on, you guys were talking about Cody Huff and his college experience, but what's really gonna be a huge, he's obviously the real deal, but what's really gonna be a big advantage in the short term, in the 3 years, looking at Taku Ito hooked up right here, obviously going to Bethel and having so much experience.
Wow.
3 miss.
Miss fish right there for Taku.
Crazy.
Tommy, is that the most depressed we've ever seen Taku?
Never seen him down till now.
I was going to ask, has Taku ever been mad in his life? He's always so glad. Has he ever been mad?
3 miss.
6-pounder earlier, he said, got off. Kind of
I
builds
get a
up, I guess.
bite, but 3 miss. Only 10 minutes, 3 bite, all miss.
Cody Huff's marshal, Ryan, yesterday, he just sent in a video while he's watching Bass Live and said, forgot to send this yesterday, but this is a double from Cody Huff on that spoon.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'd like to see
both
that.
of them. Yeah. Try to get it.
But what I was saying about what's going to be a huge advantage for Cody Huff being a rookie.
Now is a good timing, so because the current is strong, I think a fish feeding, but I don't know why, the short bite.
Okay, back to that.
One more
is going to Bethel and having so much experience on the Tennessee River, which obviously
bite. But
is a stopping spot for the Bassmaster Elite Series just about every year, if not twice a year. And growing up, cutting his teeth on the bull shoals, like you were talking about, Ronnie, and the table rocks of the world, man, those are two big time different regions of this country that will help you everywhere in the country.
How much of picking Rick Clunn's brain and vice versa, teaching Rick Clunn some electronics, has helped Cody Huff, though, I wonder?
I have no idea. I would have no response to that, just because they are two obviously totally opposite fishermen.
And I mean, I'll speak to the fact that Cody has learned a lot from Rick, but Cody is, like, before he ever knew Rick, was a very touted angler coming into college to even get recognized by Bethel, to even do that. And then meeting him obviously hasn't hurt, but you can kind of see guys in their projected path. Cody probably will know how to handle the tough times on the Elite Series a lot more, learning from Rick Clunn, some of the mental aspects, but maybe fishing-wise, Cody's...
They told me they first met in a tournament up there where Rick Clunn's son fell in the water and Cody came to his assistance.
Saved him, yep. They were at the dock, going to load up boats, and Rick went to get the truck, and his son was holding the boat to the dock or was in the boat, bumped something and fell out, and Cody there helped him. And
wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that story.
Yeah. I heard Cody pushed everyone out of the way because he said, that's Rick Clunn's son, and I want an end to his friendship. No, I'm just kidding.
That's your
He didn't say
embellishment there. That's not the true part.
David Mullins, up from 41st to 16th with a 17-pound, 14-ounce day. Jump back into third place in AOI.
Maybe 16 or so, 15 or 16. I got a 2-pounder I got to get rid of.
Yeah, Cody Huff makes one more big call with that spoon. He's going to be where he needs to be today, for sure.
Some good fish catching going on. Guys culling up. Gustafson, 4-pounder.
Some guys laying off of them just a little bit now, maybe going into protection mode, defensive mode, as Jacob Foutz referred to it. We got some other guys on the charge. Cody Huff being one of them right now. Jacob Foutz, John Cox holding his own today.
Justin Atkins making a push. We'll get that updated as well.
Yeah, we're going to get an update on Justin Atkins. We think he has a way more than what is indicated on Bass Track right now. So we're going to get all that straightened out and get into a whole lot more business when we return.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Getting the last quarter of this ball game today. Day number 3 of 4 days of fishing at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. You take it from 47 down to 10. Brandon Lester has had that lead. He lost it very early today and regained it very, very quickly. Cody Huff, saying maybe could this be the week for a rookie to take a blue trophy? Could be that. Definitely just caught a 5-pounder that really improved his outlook right now. So Cody Huff is still, it may not be done yet, that is for sure. Jacob Foutz, now for Taku Ito.
Long time since a rookie did it since last year. Since a rookie has won one, but yeah. Couple rookies in it with a chance of it this week.
3 fish in a row lost for Taku just moments ago. Earlier he lost a 6-pounder, starting to get him down a little bit, you think?
You know, Tommy, we've not seen him in his career lose many fish, if you think about it.
No.
As much as he's been on camera.
Yes. I think big one. Oh no, smallmouth, but it's okay. Maybe help. Smallmouth. Oh, I think a big one. But it's okay, smallmouth. Yeah. I just seen a big foam. Oh, big fish, I think, but no. Largemouth. No. Yes, this one. Oh. Ah.
Taku Ito fighting hard to stay in that top 10. He's a little bit of a precarious position right now. Needs to have a couple of positive things happen. No more lost fish.
Really, the way it's setting up, looking at Bass Track, which are obviously unofficial numbers, I think the weigh-in's going to be a lot better. Maybe it's with Mercer coming back. I don't know.
Gosh.
No. It'll be a lot better bags today.
Oh, frick. Something big. Cat daddy. No, it took off flying. It wasn't a cat. It was probably a smallmouth. I caught one. I caught a 3 1/4 yesterday here. That's what he acted like. Tong, and took off. Gosh, dang it. Might have been our bite we needed.
Z, for some fans at home who've been asking about Cody Huff's spoon, because normally we don't see it like that. We see the big piece of metal, see a treble hook at the bottom.
I'm coming in hot right there.
What do you think? I got 1, 2 and a 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 3s, a 4 and a 6. What do you got? Gotta send you tomorrow, won't it? Think so? I don't know.
Show us.
Every one of them. I think my smallest one's on a jig. All the rest of them are on the hubcaps. Go get them.
What I was saying, Z, was that
That's a good son of a gun right there, I tell you.
The model spoon he's
I got
using.
to be buddies with Webster through a mutual friend of ours, Jeremy Lawyer, and old Webster's about as good as they come, man.
It comes standard the way it is with the multiple treble hooks. There's nothing added to it like you normally add a stinger at the top where the line tie is. This model spoon, he has 2 of them on the side, 1 of them on the bottom. Helps a lot with keeping the line twisted. You don't have a hook maybe up at the top. Plus, I got confirmation from Lisa Talmadge, if you did add a stinger hook to a spoon or to a trailer hook to a spinner bait or anything like that, or a swim bait even, what you attach to it, it has to be less than 2 inches from hook eye to bait when you add a stinger to it. So it can't just be.
Wow, I did not know that.
It has a length limit. If it's whether it's line like big fluorocarbon to a treble hook on a swim bait, or if it's kind of the rope, the tethered aspect to a circle hook, for a spoon, it has to be within that regulation. We also have updated Justin Atkins just a little bit to get it closer to what could be accurate. Not quite sure when someone says they have over 20, if it's a for sure thing or I think I have 20 or whatever. So 19 and change has him in the top 10. But if you see him start to fall towards that cut line, just know that he may have more than that.
Okay. Like probably everybody in our field. Cody Huff just told Webster, I got a 6-pounder. He put that in. It's a 5-pounder.
Yeah.
What a joke.
Yeah, exactly. What a joke.
Lot bigger fish though on camera today. I mean, twice as many today as we've seen.
Yeah.
Tommy, fair to say, and we would obviously have seen this, but a big hats off. We thought there would be being a Saturday on Pickwick Lake on the Tennessee River, we thought we'd see a lot of locals out. We have not seen much of that.
No. Now some of it, we do a sampling mostly. We've got 10 guys. We've got a quarter of the field or a little less than that. A lot, and some of them doing things that are off the beaten path. So maybe that gives us, I don't know if it's a skewed view of it, but yeah, generally. But you look around, and the guys who fish in mainstream places are not being crowded. It doesn't seem.
Jacob Foutz hooked up again.
Oof.
Oof.
Not sure what that was.
don't have a slightest clue what the heck that was.
Ooh.
I don't know what that was. Oh my gosh.
Running like a tarpon.
I don't know what that was. No way, that was a bass.
I didn't get to see it.
I never saw it.
All of this jockeying and positioning, trying to get into the top 10, very important though, but there's some of us who are saying, yeah, but what about fantasy?
Yeah, exactly. Just like the three of us in the studio, basically. But when it does come to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, I kind of went over the team that was to beat this week. You know, you got to beat the king of fantasy fishing, right, Z? And this was the team to beat. This was my squad I rolled out with. And if I stood in front of Ike and Ellie, that is a studly top 4 right here picks, because they were all inside the top 18 coming into today. A couple of them now have moved up even more so into the top 3. Iaconelli made a little bit of a comeback yesterday, but not too bad. Tommy and I both shared Iaconelli as a pick, and if we didn't have him, we wouldn't be in the 98th percentile. We'd probably be in the 99.9 percentile because of how these 4 have fared. But this isn't, unfortunately, the best fantasy fishing team. And so when we talk about those 5 guys, normally we have maybe in the top 5 for a perfect lineup. It kind of gets skewed because there are a couple guys in the top 5 who might be in bucket A because they're our top performers of the year. But really, our top 5 or 6 are really spread out through each bucket of fantasy fishing, with Brandon Lester, our day 2 leader, being bucket A, Taku Ito being bucket B, Jacob Foutz being bucket C, Cody Huff D, and then Brian Schmidt in E. The only person missing out of our top 6 entering today is John Cox, who was in bucket A with Brandon Lester. So if you have this alignment for your team, this is the best possible team you can have. John Cox would be the only one who can maybe threaten bucket A pick of Brandon Lester. So there's that. And one I wanted to also point out, I said I'd show you the double from Cody Huff on day 2 of Pickwick. This was him with the spoon, courtesy of his marshal. I believe his name was Ryan. 2 solid keepers, probably 2 3-pounders with a boat flip on his spoon there, and we're obviously seeing him catch a really key fish that'll help him in fantasy fishing and in the tournament.
Big thanks to Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, we saw a little snippet of Brandon Polinick from yesterday that had looks like it had a double and one came off right at the boat. We need to run that one down too, if you don't mind, Ryan.
Last couple events, we've had doubles in every single tournament. Shane Lee, you had 2 4.5-pounders.
Other people are saying, what about trivia? Striker Daily Trivia. Well, here it is. We got it for you. Davey Hyde's biggest bag in his 2011 victory on Pickwick was second only to which angler? Who caught a bigger bag than Davey during the course of that tournament? Was it A, Denny Brower? Was it B, John Cruz? Was it C, Greg Hackney? Or was it D, Steve Kennedy? Give that one a thought a little bit. The number 8 victory with the Bassmasters for Davey Hyde. Who had the bigger bag that week?
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Legendary Pickwick Lake borders on Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. We're going out of the Tennessee Park this week down at Counts, Tennessee. Pickwick Dam State Park. Good stuff out there on the water today. A big day on the water. Our Striker Daily Trivia question is a Pickwick-related one, and relates to a member of our coterie of announcers here. Davey Hyde's biggest bag in his 2011 victory on Pickwick was second only to which angler? Davey won it, but someone had a bigger bag. Was it Denny Brower? Was it John Cruz? Was it Greg Hackney or Steve Kennedy?
You know what, Tommy? I'm going to go E on this one, and I don't believe it's any of those 4 in the bottom of my heart, and I think it's Keith Poche.
So none of the above.
I think it's none of the above.
He was definitely a factor in that tournament. I remember that very well. He was
I might be wrong.
Disappointed to have lost that one. I remember it very well. Z, what do you think? Do you remember that?
Somebody that was on a tear that event, not on the water, was Steve Bowman. The one on the water.
Oh, yes, that's right. That is right.
Was Denny Brower A, I'm going with, because he lit you and I up like a Christmas tree also that event. Everybody had time.
Davey had 23.8. Denny Brower had 23.10.
How about that?
Hey, you know what? I'm just making up my own. It doesn't matter.
I remember that day.
Oh, I remember you and I sitting there watching Davey right before he made his final push right in front of the dam. Nothing happening, and then a bird flies down because the birds can tell when they turn on the generation.
Yep.
The bird flies down. Davey turned around, flinged it out there, and put her away.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all need to grab your bass cam and get below that dam immediately.
Yeah, we did get lit up on that day.
Gosh, have we even had a fish at the tail race this event at all? Fish catch?
Not that I've seen.
I don't think
we
so.
hadn't spent any time down there.
I think anybody has. I think somebody tried it. And Kennedy said he gave it a look-see, and there is a boat there right now today, and guess who it is?
Kobe Krieger.
Kobe Krieger.
All right.
It was an educated guess.
Yeah.
Brandon Lester, your leader, he had that lead stretched out to about almost 7 pounds at one point today, but it's down to less than 2 unofficially right now.
And there are 2 catches down at the Wilson tail race. Both Kobe Krieger.
Tommy, would you mind?
Well, not at all.
Fancy neither.
Thanks. I was starting to have flashbacks from that day back in 2011.
It was a wild and crazy day.
Felt like somebody was going to lose their life at one time. VMC on point. Early this morning, catching one on a 4.0 crankbait. Brandon Lester getting busy, though. Getting busy with a Nico rig worm doing the majority of his damage again in the first 60 minutes of competition. Brandon Lester said after the day one way, and man, this little bar that I'm fishing 4 to 10 foot of water, if I can get 2 days out of it, I'm gonna be in good shape. Well, pretty much he has gotten 3 days out of it, making a couple late day calls. And it is fair to say, if he gets it to himself tomorrow again, gonna be a big problem. VMC on point. By far and away, Brandon Lester.
Brandon Lester came out here in 2014, qualified for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and actually made a cut. First tournament.
Almost a carbon copy of yesterday, to be honest with you. It's funny, I told you guys maybe 30 minutes before we had that last flurry that I was expecting another flurry in the afternoon. I pulled up on the next spot and just lit them up. So, you know, it kind of seems like there's a midday lull there. I think I haven't looked at the TBA current app, but I feel like they may be kicking the current up a little bit in the afternoons, and that's what's causing the fishing to get a little bit better. I don't know, but the rest of the day I just plan to look around at some new stuff. This particular spot right here, practice, I didn't see anything on it. First day of the tournament, I saw like maybe 4 or 5 fish on it, couldn't get a bite. I just rolled over it, and there's, I don't know, 10 or 15 of them sitting down there. So the school's definitely getting bigger every day. I just figured I'd fish here for a minute and see if I could get one of them to bite. There's typically some pretty good ones here.
Let's go from our leader over to Jacob Foutz. Jacob Foutz also did great work this morning, putting himself way up that leaderboard. Had one come off a few moments ago. This one's on.
I think that's a 3.5. We're getting ready to get washed out.
Trying to replace a 3-1.
I'm right to beam him. He's close.
It's fair to say, we've had some pretty stellar rookie classes. There's some serious rookies in this year's Elite Series. Yeah. Across the board.
Yeah.
I can see some more pop up and have their time. We've seen Josh Douglas do well at Santee Cooper. A few days there, he He should be one to watch when we get to smallmouth country as well.
Over to Brian Schmidt. He could do with an upgrade. Needs to solidify his spot in that top 10. He's currently in 7th place.
Is he big? Sounded big. He ain't no little one. Big?
I can't see it.
I think he's big. Oh yeah. We need him. Come here. Yes! Woo!
That's a big
Woo!
Yeah.
Watch him go down on it on the scope. Mwah! Yes!
Woo, buddy.
It's a good day now. Don't get me singing, dude. We needed that. Did you see that hook?
Yeah, I did. Oh, I saw all that.
Oh my. What do we keep talking about? We're not getting a lot of bites. That was a right one.
Good one, right? There for Brian Schmidt. I think that's only his 6th keeper today, Such? 6th?
Yeah, that's about a 2.5 pound cull too, Z. He had a one under 2 pounds. That's about 4.5 almost. Up
Boy,
to 4th place.
That hook set, he teaches them a lesson with that spinning rod.
Back into 4th place, right where he started today. Close to 17 pounds on the day. Say goodbye to that little guy.
Big time. Big time fish, dude. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That was what the doctor ordered. Dude, you just never know. Like, you just gotta keep throwing at them, man. Like, they all look like they want to play, and then some of them do. Missile baits, magic worm. Y'all better get some. Let me put some ice on these fish. Look at that. Whew. I don't even know how big he is. Gotta be. We'll call him a 4.5, okay? I mean, come on. Oh. I saw him sitting there, dude, and I'm like, I don't know if he's gonna bite. We're fishing tomorrow. We got one more we could get rid of.
Yeah.
And dude, that's huge.
That was huge. That was badass.
Oh, could swear something had a hold of it.
Almost 17 pounds for Brian Schmidt. It does look like he's going to be fishing on Championship Sunday. There is some time left. Brandon Palmer.
That's not the 5-pounder I was expecting. Or I guess I shouldn't say expecting, but hopeful for. I mean, he's not going to help us, is he? 260? No. He's not a 2.5 pounder.
At this time yesterday, I started calling Cody Huff's name a bunch. 4-pounder here, 4-pounder there. We left, he caught 2 more 4-pounders.
Lit it up right at the end.
He'll probably for sure break 20, but from what he told
You'd
Webster,
think, yeah.
His bass track's pretty close to what he told Webster. He said he's got a 2 and change, 2 3s, a 4 and a 6, and that's what it resembles. But all depends on if his 2-pounder is actually 2 1/4, or if it's 2 3/4, you know.
I can see any angler being easily
I think we
20
may be
ounces
about to
low
roll.
every
I'm
day.
gonna look on the other side, just see if I see any, and skin it on out of here, I reckon.
That area right there is where Matt Robertson caught some of his fish on day 1. I think Matt Robertson actually got to see some of that show on day 2.
No, there's no
with
saying
Cody
nothing
Huff.
to Matt.
Robertson's up to 15 pounds today. He's in 14th place.
He's too funny. He'd cut you down in a good argument. He said, "You got anything to say to Matt? You're on live." I said, "There's no sense saying nothing to Matt." I said, "He'd cut you down in a good argument. He's too damn funny." And he'll tell you he is.
Robertson's only about 2 pounds out of the unofficial top 10 cut line with only 4 fish yesterday. He's just wishing that was just a dream and wasn't, or a nightmare, wasn't actually reality.
Was that?
Where illusion becomes reality, reality becomes illusion.
Little Doug Henning for you right there.
Yeah, Robertson and Webster are the only ones in our top, about 46, who are 1 shy of 10 fish in over 2 days.
Z, some of these guys are going to have to make sure they try to burn it down a little bit today, because right now on Bass Track, only the top 2 are within 6 pounds of, being in the lead. But I'd expect Foutz to have closer to 20, if not 20. Schmidt's got better than 16. So that'll be a lot closer, but there still might only be 5 guys within 5 pounds. You don't want to be too far back on a day.
Right.
I reckon I'm out. Don't have too much fun.
Well, it just doesn't seem like look, obviously one of the guys in the top 3 or 4 are going to catch, if not all of them, are going to catch that 18-pound mark. It
you don't
doesn't
have to catch
seem
24.
like there's and it doesn't seem like that potential is here in this tournament being postponed, that there's a 25-pound bag to be caught this week.
Brendan Lester hanging on there. Cody Huff, Jacob Foutz. Brian Schmidt doing himself a lot of good in the last 10 minutes here. That was a good big fish right there. John Cox hanging in there. Polinick as well. Chris Saldane, Justin Atkins, Taku Ito, Greg DePalma. Would all benefit themselves by doing a little more good work today before it's all over. There's a shot at Counts, Tennessee, where we'll be right back moments away.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Probably about an hour's fishing time, average time for our anglers here, our 47 out here on semifinal Saturday, trying to gain the top 10 so they can fish Championship Sunday. A lot can happen in that hour. That hour has been productive for certain anglers each and every day of this tournament so far. So the weigh-in is a must-see thing coming up later today, about 4:10 Eastern Time, here on Bassmaster.com. About a B&W Trailer Hitchers live on the line. This is a surveillance edition only. We will not be able to talk to the subject, but we will observe Ontario, Canada's Jeff Gustafson for a little bit here.
There he is. He is so close. Looking at this B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. He is so close to that Yeti hot seat, Tommy. I'm not talking like a warm maple syrup. It's a lot hot. It's a lot hotter than that.
Sticky. What? Jeff Gustafson has been hovering under that 10 position and spending actually some time in the top 10 during the course of the day today. He has been so close, and one swing of the rod, he could put himself in there. There's our unofficial standings right now, vis-a-vis the top 10. That's what today is all about. We got Greg DePalma in 10th place right now, feeling the heat from the seat.
Oh, yeah.
Taku Ito, Justin Atkins may not have picked his way in. Oh, yeah, fire. And there you go, right below.
There it is.
Into Kimura and Austin Felix, who have dropped down through the course of the day, out of the top 10.
Gussie, Kimura, Felix, Robertson, Johnston, and Webster. That's a great offshore group there. And Mullins and Pert. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's murderer's row, as they used to say in the baseball game.
Well, that Mullins made up a lot of ground throughout this tournament, man. It was a little scratchy the first couple days with Mullins, who were, from listening to Ronnie and everybody else, thought this being a wizard ledge fishing. Kind of thought this one set up in his wheelhouse, making a big comeback throughout the tournament.
Yep.
Well, and that's why I mentioned it a few events ago. Fantasy fishing is the hardest fantasy sport there is, because you can do it on paper and know who to pick. He has the skills to do it, but same thing with Brock Mosley. Oh, you think he got second here, he knows Pickwick well, he goes to Bay Springs on day one. You don't know to think about that when you're considering your people, you know? You don't consider boat draws. The public doesn't know what boat number these guys are, and if they did, they might have picked guys that were closer in the top 20 in the boat order for day one to get to their spots quick, you know? First dibs at stuff.
First 3 days of this tournament, Ryan, let me pose you this question, this hypothetical question. Would you have rather, on average, been the first boat out or be in the last flight? Who benefited more? The early guys or the late guys?
That's interesting.
Well, I mean, obviously it depends on what you have to run to. You know, if you already know you're going to run to a crowded spot, you might want an early boat. But I would love late on day one, early on day two, because you have more time to figure it out on day one, and then you have a better game plan another day on the water, and then day two, run out there early.
Know where you're going
with
on day
knowing that now I know where the leaderboard is. Okay. We've been guessing in practice. Do we need 20 pounds? Do we need 15 pounds? Now I know. Now I can go out and kind of have first dibs on these 6 spots worked, but I need to go to this one first. You agree, Z?
I kind of.
It's okay if you don't. I mean,
I'd go early on day one. Early boat draw day one, late day two. And the reason I say that, Ronnie, is
makes sense. I mean,
for the simple fact, right, just to trench in on one of those magic spots to start this tournament, which is obviously what Brandon Lester did. I think he was actually a later flight on day number one, earlier flight yesterday. Taking a look at his marathon peak performance, it is pretty much all day long with Brandon Lester. But obviously the flurry that he has gone on all 3 days of this tournament has been the core of what he has weighed in. Marathon peak performance, he has been flawless so far. We have him at 19.9, which it's going to be over 20. Probably the only angler to eclipse 20 pounds all 3 days of this tournament so far. Marathon peak performance, Brandon Lester with 1 day to go.
How key was his initial, the first morning when he went out there and caught a quick, nice limit, was able to go around and move to all different places and check out a lot of different areas on day one?
I'm not sure what that, here, having it to himself was the key. Here, the whole key, he had it to himself and he left it. Nobody got to see him there. That was the biggest key, is obviously having an area to yourself has been absolutely enormous in this tournament.
If he didn't catch it so quickly on day one, though, and had to sit there for 4 hours till he got a nice 20-pound bag, 19-pound bag, other people would have seen him. He wouldn't have been able to expand his areas and look around and make himself known in other areas.
Oh, the other side of that, Such, we look at where all the anglers are. There was not a lot of pressure in that area throughout that day. I mean, there was a boat here or there that kind of milled around. The core of the field was from Coger's to the dam, out
nobody passed
on the
him,
main
hardly.
drag. And he was not out on the main drag of the river channel.
Brandon Lester, again, 9th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Still looking for his first Elite Series win. Got himself a Bassmasters Open win.
So many top 10s of the Opens, the
Oh,
Elites
gosh,
as well.
yeah. Fine career.
Lester wins this week. He's going to become a Bass millionaire. He's at $915,000 in earnings.
Foutz hooked up.
I don't know if it's a bass or not. I think it's a big bass. No. No. That was stupid. That was so stupid.
Oof, big one on a 10XD right there. Gosh, and it did have both sets of trebles. If you watch that again, it had both sets of trebles. That's why. Oh my
It just comes in between the seat and the console.
Skinny like
It's
the
in the
last
boat
one. He had a
all
big old
day.
head on him.
You saw that first treble pop out right before he went to swing it. Foutz
hanging in there in 3rd place today. Maybe he can fade
Oh,
that
yeah,
one.
that's
Let's
a good
get to Kimura real quick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I need this one.
Just out of the cut.
Stay on,
Stands.
stay on. I need this one for sure. Oh, yes, sir. Look at that. Yes. Wow. That makes a big difference, huh? Whew. Huge difference.
Wow. Very nice.
Yep. This weight 5.
Tommy, I cannot stress this. He does not play around with them at the side of the boat at all.
No, it's like a.
What a great catch at the end of the day.
Man,
He's
that was
got a
clutch.
Oh, he's got a little bitty guy in there too, under 2 pounds. That's a 3-pound call.
Yeah, I don't think Gussie's the one below the hot seat now. It's going to be whoever 10th was that's going to
De
drop
Palma
down.
just got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
bumped maybe. Ito's 10th right now.
Can I even get this
I mean, the
out?
3 baits he's been throwing, a big spoon, a big crankbait, and a big glide bait, those are the ones where you're either boat flipping them or you grab them as soon as you can at the side of the boat and don't play with them.
No, he does not play
What a day
with
of
them.
fishing. So, this is going to be a very, very interesting championship Sunday.
Good gosh.
Oh, yeah.
What I got now?
Ooh.
Very good.
Well, unofficially, Kenta Kimura moving up into 7th place from outside the top 10. Yeah, what a great day of fishing today. It's going to be a very interesting weigh-in as well, coming up at 4:10 Eastern Time.
Tommy, is it fair to say Brandon Lester obviously is in the driver's seat of this tournament, has a magic spot. If he gets it again, obviously can do some. Is it fair to say that Brandon Lester is in the Yeti hot seat, Tommy?
Oh, well, yeah. He's going to be feeling the heat, that is for sure. And we'll spend a lot of the day tomorrow feeling the heat also.
What a
We'll
joke.
see you at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1 as we begin Championship Sunday.
More love. It's okay. Maybe that'll cut. Yes, sir. That'll help the cause.
That thing.